Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, February the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Aha, sorry about that, guys. I forgot to unmute myself, so I better do this again. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live pre-market show for Monday, February the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, guys. I guess you can hear me now. Great. Yeah, Zyme is the trade of the week. ZYME is the trade of the week. Considered suggested live at $9.60. Of course, I don't count the pre-market, but again, how you trade this will be up to you. I think he said that the rising 20-day moving average is your stop. So there it is, ZYME. Yeah, so Viper, that's entirely up to you. Okay, that's entirely up to you. I mean, it's a lot. Look, there are a lot of things happening in the pre-market. If you can catch something moving, great. But I mean, it's not that easy. I typically don't trade in the pre-market that often, but that is something that is completely got to be up to you. I can't tell you, is it better? Is it worse? Now, there are a lot of things moving in the pre-market. Seco, and of course, we're in this anything with AI in the press release is going to move things right now. So there is SECO. And all they've said is they've announced it will explore the use of Chat GPT and other AI technologies. So again, guys, that's the buzzword. Obviously, put AI in your press release. Almost doesn't matter who you are. 300,000 shares in the float. That's of course a huge reason why this can go up 134%. Another one, RVSN is another one. RVSN, another one with AI in their press release. Purchased 10 AI-driven Rail Vision mainline systems for $1.4 million. Now that has actually come right back down, so I would forget about that one right now, obviously. And so UN, this was a mover on Friday. This actually has AI in their name, SoundHound AI. So this is a big mover on Friday, and it's a continuation now. Funding secured, FFIE. FFIE. This has been a really active one for a while now, and another now taking out one again. Will it last this time? It is taken out one several times. Now, this is a huge float for a $1 stock, almost $500 million in the float. I cannot see any reason for this one having a huge gap down that it did. Had a big move. This is RSLS. Had the big move on Friday, of course. I keep looking for. There it is. Okay, when I first saw this, I would have bet anything that it was a financing, and now I'm finally seeing the financing news. 10.2 million at $8. Wow, so it's way under the financing price. Way under. Anyway, so this is a financing now, RSLS. They were not able to take advantage of the, the big pop it had on Friday, all the way up to $22. They had to do the financing basically at the same price it was on Thursday. Children's Place, PLCE. So technically, this is not an earnings play, but I guess they've kind of not pre-released, but they're issuing guidance that it's not going to be great this next quarter. They don't release until the 8th. BBAI, of course, this was an AI, has AI in the name. Oops. BBAI, big day on Friday, and a bit of a continuation so far, 11%, lots of volume, low float. QUBT, another one that had a nice day on Friday. Looks like a continuation. QUBT, nice day. Yeah, great day on Friday through the 200-day moving average. Um, I I'm going to, yeah, I don't know if, I mean, can we lump this in with the AIs? I don't know. But anyway, I guess I did have some news. Launches new subsidiary dedicated to delivering quantum solutions. Okay. So anyway, this is QUVT. I can't lump this in specifically with other AI press releases, but when you look left on that weekly chart, 428, so it still has some room. QUBT, not a crazy low float, 44 million in the float. And BuzzFeed is still alive. BZFD still alive. At a few weeks now, or I guess about a week and a half now. So let's take a look at what levels are important. So 263, the next high looking left is 293. If it can somehow take out that level, 293, then you've got 370. So let's see what happens with BuzzFeed today. I don't think there's any specific news on it today. A lot of volume, 5 million shares already. And of course, the granddaddy now of AI plays is AI. There we go. Look at AI, still alive, guys. Has not really given anything up yet. Tremendous 2 weeks, really. In Verb, actually didn't see Verb at all. Yeah, 20 cents. I didn't see it anywhere here. One of the reasons is that one of my limits is $1. So I'm not going to see this one, but yeah, whatever, guys. Implementation of comprehensive plan, whatever. That seems like so old news now, guys. This tackling the naked short sellers. We're on to AI now. This actually, I did see this one, the CTM. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, we're at 132 right now. The next high looking left on the daily is 146, and then after that is up at 188. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news for them. CTM. I don't see any news. Yeah, let's see. I don't see. This is CTLT, by the way, up 27%. Potential to merge or be taken over. I guess merge is not the correct term, but perhaps a buyout by was it DHR? Danaher? Danaher, yeah, DHR shows interest in acquiring Catalent. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. And this is DHR. Let's take a look at what DHR's share price is. Okay, now not too many earnings plays to really talk about. There'll be a lot more tomorrow. There's one here, ON. Oops, where is that? ON is an earnings play. Little gap down on earnings right now. Okay, so Viper, there's no such thing as a best way. Okay, I mean, I don't know if you're new to trading or not, if you're new to trading, you're going to have to spend some time. Perhaps I can give you a course you can take a look at. It's free. It starts off very basic and leads you up. So I mean, there's no one answer to that. What's the best way? And when you say TD Ameritrade, we do actually link to TD Ameritrade. Linking meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your TD Ameritrade platform. Okay, then you trade from there. So we do link. But again, are you new to trading? Okay, so this is what I would do before you do anything else, because listen, trading is not easy, okay? And there is a learning curve. It's not just with our software. I mean, sure, there's a learning curve with our software, but there's a learning curve. Yeah, candlesticks on the chart, things like that. But I mean, there's no magic bullet. When you see this, you absolutely do that. There's no magic bullet. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down a little bit, and then go to the education section. I'm sorry, you don't have to do that anymore. If you click on Trading 101, this is a course, free. It's free, put on by one of our traders at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss. And I mean, it starts off really basic, like literally what is a stock? You don't have to look at every single video, but I think there are about 34 videos. And I think, before you do anything else, you have to have a basic understanding. And as you say, knowledge of candlestick patterns, but there's more to it than that. So I would take a look at that first. Yeah, I did notice that TSN is down on earnings. TSN is also down on earnings. This was the trade of the week last week, but it never triggered. Yeah, I mean, listen, the ability to buy and sell from within Trade Ideas, it's nice, but it's certainly not mandatory. I mean, I don't do it. Not that, I'm not saying don't do it, but if you want to trade using this window called Brokerage Plus from within Trade Ideas, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. But it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Linking to me is just the ability to click on an alert and have it load into your platform, into your brokerage platform. It's a time saver. That's all it is. If you're like me, you're clicking a lot of symbols all day long. Yeah, it'd be a pain if I had to type those symbols into my order entry. That's all it is, and then you trade from within your platform. I mean, that's really no big deal. All right, guys, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, and the theme is still more downgrades than upgrades. So let me get a few of them in. What I'm really looking for is to see if there's any stock that has, say, multiple upgrades or downgrades. In other words, the same stock. In fact, here's one spot, 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 Spotify, upgraded by a couple, Wells Fargo, Atlantic Equities. As I say, not very many upgrades. I'll get them pasted into the Pro Room in a minute. Okay, let's see if there's some multiple downgrades for a stock. I'm just perusing my list. I don't see any. I don't see a stock that's been, downgraded by several firms. And now I'm also going to look to see if there are any Goldman upgrades or downgrades. I don't see any from Goldman today. Wedbush, I do see a downgrade from Wedbush on Corsair. CRSR, you have a Corsair with mice, and I think I've got a Corsair mouse. No, I don't, not anymore. There's Corsair, so let's take a look at it. So, that downgrade might be to neutral with a target of 17. Okay, so they downgraded it. I guess they must have had a previous upgrade and now they're downgrading it to 17. Well, it's already below 17. All right, now let's take a look at anything else sneaking in here. I did see AEI going to move down. Wonder if they're doing a financing. Yep, they're doing a financing also, $3.8 million financing, AEI. Now they're down 33%. Okay, so Viper, to buy and sell, you're doing it from within your platform, okay? So there is an external linking tool. If you click on tools and then external linking and then follow these directions, I don't have I don't have TD Ameritrade, but it's a little bit more difficult because I think you have to run it as administrator in both Trade Ideas and also TDA. But I think that if you go to support, actually, if you go to our homepage and ask, there's a script that one of the developers can give to you that shows you how you do it. Just let me get you the homepage. Don't confuse linking with the ability to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Okay, so there's there's our homepage. Click on it, and what you'll see is a little balloon will pop up, and questions and answers. So click on the ask, and just say, look, how do I connect to TOS or TD Ameritrade, linking wise? Okay. There are people in this room that can also help you. The reason I don't have TD Ameritrade, but I don't. It's not. It's just a couple of extra steps that you have to do to get it linked. Linking again only means clicking on the symbol and then it loads into your platform. That's all it means. Then from within your platform, you will trade it. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors. So we're in for a soft open for sure. Market's down about 3. The SPY is down about 3. So let's I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and then show more. And now I will be clicking on their sector status. So what I'm doing now is I'm looking at the major sectors to see what they're doing in the pre-market. All right. So what you're seeing here again are the major sectors. So this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. And when you see 94% in green, what does that mean? That means that since from Friday's close, 94% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. That's what that 90% means. Now, taking a look at all the other major sectors, you can see that there's nothing really positive other than energy right now. Doesn't mean that's going to maintain all day long, of course, but right now, as we speak, energy is a strong sector. There is no other strong sector. Technology, 89% are down. Communications, XLC, 88% are down, etc. And as always, let's take a look. How are they doing with respect to their 200-day moving averages? So there's XLE. That green line you see in my daily chart, that is a 200-day moving average. So, XLE, it's been drifting down towards it, but still above it. Retail, XRP. Again, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, it broke above the 200-day and it's been able to maintain and move away from it. Consumer staples, XLP. This was the one that's right on it, I think. Yeah, right on it. You can see it's right on the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, XLP. Healthcare, XLV. Again, these are the major sectors. XLV still, hovering above the 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. Nicely above the 200-day moving average and kind of moving away from it. Financials, XLF. Another one, kind of like industrials, kind of, definitely above the 200-day moving average and kind of moving away from it. Discretionary, XLY. This is one that is interesting because consumer staples, yeah, trying to come back down into it. You would think that this one is really going to challenge that 200-day. I mean, think about what discretionary means and what staples mean. So anyway, staples right now is the only one of the major sectors that is underneath the 200-day moving average, barely. Take a look at materials, XLP. This one will be above the 200-day also. And communications, which is at a tremendous run after being underneath that 200-day for months and months and months. You can see finally last week it broke above it, or a week and a half ago, I guess, broke above it, still above it. It took a long, 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 long time. And then, of course, the big guy, technology, XLK, still, again, it's a little bit like communications, wasn't quite as beaten up as the communication stocks were, but XLK took a while to get above it, but it is above it also. So, the only one that is, and it's, barely below, I guess, XLP or sitting on the 200-day. This is the only one, guys. So, we're a so-called bear market, but, we've got every major sector that is above the 200-day moving average. How do I know? How do you know the market cap and the sector status? Well, there are no float. I don't, in the sectors, there is no float information. So it's not, yeah, you won't find the market cap. I think it's sort of irrelevant knowing what the market cap in these sectors are. I mean, even if you could, you'd have to probably, I mean, take every stock that's in the sector and do a weighting. But anyway, as you know, there's no float information. All right, what else is sneaking in just at the very end? Yeah, this ARQQ, I did see this ARQQ. The reason I didn't get too excited about it is that it looked like there's kind of a lot of resistance right around that 3 area. So it's already moved 16%. I didn't see any specific news on it. And how's that SECO doing? NCCO? See if it's still hanging in. Yeah, I mean, this is still hanging in here, guys. Way above the 200-day moving average. They pumped out a press release this morning. They put AI in that press release. On the weekly chart, let's see the next highs. I mean, yeah, the next highs look around just around $4. If this somehow, I know it's already up 125%, but if somehow it can get over 4, then the next high is a 690 on the weekly chart. IONQ I'm starting to hear this one, guys. IONQ had a big day on Friday through the 200-day moving average. I'm sorry, that was on Thursday and then Friday and maintained it. And now it's trying to move a little bit here. Just trying to see if there's any specific news. They had news on the Friday. Just trying to see if there's anything that says AI in it. Not that I can see. Okay, Alcoa's on the move here, guys. Alcoa, AA. Wow, look at this. Alcoa. Alcoa. Something must have just popped in for Alcoa. I don't see any headline on it yet, but there's got to be some reason. So Alcoa, the next high looking left is 57.61. That's about $3 away. Yeah, there's something happening with Alcoa. How about CENX? I wonder if it's the entire aluminum sector. Take a look at CENX, see if it's doing the same thing. Yeah, so there's something happening with aluminum, guys. What is there there we go. Thank you, Rob. That's the reason U.S. plans a 200% tariff on Russian aluminum. Or as we say, if JK's in the room, aluminium. Yeah, so that's the reason. So even before I see that news, you can see stocks moving, and you just know there's something going on. All right, guys, one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Getting set for this open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I'm hearing, no, I'm just going to say I'm hearing PSNL, guys. PSNL, that's on the way down, okay? One minute to this open. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. I will get rid of these two and wait for my races to start. It almost looks like there is a financing that's taking place with PSNL, almost. I see Needham has upgraded to a buy, announcing an $8 price target. That hasn't helped. All right, guys, we're now open. Now let's take a look at what Seco is doing. I don't think Seco was shortable for me. No, it's not shortable for me. Holding its own. I mean, that's really impressive. It's had absolutely no pullback yet. You know, the big pre-market pop. And we're in for a negative open, but we'll have to wait and see what happens on that first SPY candle. That's a 15 minute, this is a 15-minute chart. All right, guys, there it goes. There goes SECO, SECO. As I said, the next high looking left is 414. It looks like it's going to just could explode right through that. And then after that, this is on the weekly chart, the next highs. And then next high on the weekly chart is 690. Again, all it is just putting AI in the press release. That's all this is. And there it goes, guys. SECO, SECO. There it goes. But again, it's early and you're going to get a lot of whippage. 300 million, 300,000 shares in the float. Again, we're getting see what happened. Look what happened. It got up to what 442, 422, sorry, and then comes right back down to 374. I mean, that is a big percentage drop. It's exactly the reason I don't like trading in the first 15. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I know that some of these will just keep running, and I can deal with that. But from my experience, it's just too difficult to trade, right off the bat. Again, you might get lucky and catch something that just keeps moving in the direction you want it, but more times than not, this is the sort of thing that can happen. Give me a moment, please. Okay, so this ARQQ, still on the move a little bit here. Looking left, the next high is 302. Yeah, 302. Well, I guess we got to look at this one. Here's Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, meme stock, pop here, a lot of volume coming in. No reason for it. Okay, so the market. So yeah, we're down a little bit. I mean, Nas is down 67, Dow is down 85, SPY's down a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see how this first 15-minute buy candle closes. Here's another one that was active in the pre-market. The volume wasn't huge, but the volume is coming in, and I'm talking about LIPO, guys. Another low float situation, 2.3 million in the float. LIPO. Boy, this has got some room. This has got some room. Let's take a look left. Believe it's over these areas. Yeah, so take a look at this. 610 is the next high looking left for a LIPO. LIPO. I mean, technically it's 339, but it did get a little bit above that. And we have our first halt of the day. You know what? I forgot to mention Cal. I know I forgot to mention Cal, KAL. It's on my list. In Cal, you see the high on Friday was 1340, another very low float, 107,000 in the float. Well, Cal did halt, yeah. Well, the one that will not die, guys, AI will not die here. It's been on a tremendous, well, really a 1 week run. But I guess if you look back here when it was $10, that's about what, 3 weeks ago? Say $10. So it's almost tripled in 3 weeks. All to do with AI. BBAI, guys. BBAI. Above Friday's high now. 590 above Friday's high. And the next high is looking left. Wow, on the weekly chart. The weekly chart, 1052, 1052. Again, understand when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. We're just looking at areas and where could stall. Oh, interesting. I didn't see this, but I saw the AI took a short on this one. I didn't realize, I didn't think we'd have shorts available, IB anyway. MSGM. But again, look at BBAI, guys. First 15 minutes can be really injurious to your trading health. I mean, these stocks, they just are very, especially these low float ones. And these are the ones that are moving, of course. They have, in order for a stock usually be up 10, 20, certainly 100%, they've got to have a low float. So, I mean, again, if you thought, well, okay, let's just pile into this one at 615, and then it goes right down to 556. So if you're new to trading, I would even probably sit up the first half hour. Things set up all day long, you don't have to get so anxious about taking a trade right off the bat. Even this one, AI, I mean, look at it, got up to what, 28.80 and comes right back down, drops $1.50 like that. So if you've got stops in place, you're going to get stopped out. Well, it depends where you put your stop, of course, but all right, so this one looks like this was a SPAC. Okay, this one must have been a SPAC that turned into AWIN. I can see that it was trading in the pre-market. Yeah, Pono. So I guess it was Pono Capital. So this now is trading as AWIN. Okay, let's take a look at that first 15-minute SPY candle, guys. So we're getting a bit of a topping tail. So again, the buyers had it up here. The sellers are knocking it down a little bit. Still has another 5.5 minutes for this candle to close. It's a 15-minute candle. And of course, China. What can we say about China? Let's take a look at KWEB. Yeah, so KWEB, of course, I've been following the stuff about China balloons. So China, this is the first really big break, guys. The China stocks have been so strong ever since November. Okay. And now this is the first break that we're seeing. Okay, now look at AI, guys. Again, it's just that they're pretty whippy in the first 15, but now look at AI above Friday's high, 28.48. Okay, this is what I would be doing with the Seco. I'm going to put a price alert around 4. and see if it regains that, say 408. See if it regains that later on in the day. Just because it's got all this room on the weekly chart, and see if traders get interested in this one later on. I remember last week AI had a $30 price target put on it by, I can't remember who it was, but approaching it. Again, all these price targets doesn't mean a stock is going to get there, of course, but as I said last week and probably the week before that, these guys have had the great fortune of having their symbol literally AI. And now with AI, Chat GPT, AI, generative AI in the news. CNTX, any updates? I mean, is there any, you mean the new, is there any news today for CNTX? I do see some news, and that says 2 patients have achieved, I don't know, a confirmed partial response, etc. That's about it. Is that what you mean by updates? All right, I'm checking. There's SOUN, guys. SOUN, another, again, AI, another company that's got AI in the name, in its name, literally. SOUN, big move. This is not a crazy low float, 112 million in the float. Well, that's up to you. I mean, trying to figure what to do with it. I mean, first of all, are you in it? I mean, it had the, up what, 150 or so. Is that Monday? Or is that Tuesday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So that was on Tuesday, but it came right back down. Do you have a stop? What are you in? What price are you in it? And did you have a stop? Sounds like you're in a lot higher than the current price. Boy, look at AI. Almost 30 now, guys. Almost 30. Well, again, Chase, the way I trade anyway, I always have a stop loss. So it depends where your stop loss is. When I take a trade, I've always have a price I'm getting out. That's how I share size myself. That's how I protect my account. So that if I lose on a trade, I have a manageable loss. In other words, am I going to risk $100, $200, whatever that number is on the trade? So I can't, I mean, I don't know if you had a stop loss. Hey guys, just give me a moment here. I have to do a slight adjustment on something. So I'm just going to, wow, look at AI, over 30 now. Truly amazing. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for about, hopefully only about 30 seconds. All right, I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at BBAI. Maybe it's settling down a little bit now. Of course, the longer it holds over 6, the better. No, I haven't taken a trade yet, JA. But we're at after that first 15 minutes, so now I'll start to look. But remember, guys, I'm not telling anybody what to trade. You know, I might point out some opportunities, like I do, point out opportunities, but doesn't mean you have to take them or should take them. You have to have a trading plan. Some of the things I point out may not meet your trading plan at all. Nordstrom's, guys, JWN. So this had the tremendous move on Friday. Tremendous move on Friday. And this is all to do with Ryan Cohen. Okay, activist Ryan Cohen. You guys might know his name. So he got all involved with JWN. But I'm sticking an alert here. 24.80, just underneath 25 for Nordstrom's. And if it takes out 25, this could turn into a really interesting short. All right, AI, a retest of 30 looks like coming up. What did it get up to? Got up to 30.57, pulled it right back down. And now it looks like another, well, SOUN is still looking good here. SOUN, big level for it to try to take out is at 416, which is at right now. I think the next high looking, well, 453 is the next high looking left on the weekly, and then 507. So it's got a little bit of room. Again, all it is AI in its name. You know, right here. I mean, this is C3. This is AI literally, but as investors continue to pour into AI stocks, anything with AI, Keeping an eye on Amazon here, guys. I'm still thinking about taking a like a long-term swing on Amazon. The longer it holds over 100. We've had earnings now, of course, and so that's past us. Ooh, gap up and reverse now for Omer. I don't know, shady. Let's see, long over 397. So let's take a look at Omer right now. Doesn't look like it triggered for you. It got up to 397, so it didn't look like it actually triggered for you. Yeah, Viper, yeah, the auto trading only works with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, but I'm going to tell you right off the bat, auto trading is not the way to go, okay? Especially if you're new to trading, I know it sounds like it must be, well, why not? Why not? Just set it on autopilot and let it run. It's not the way to go. You'll never hear me talk about auto trading in a positive way. You know, the AI produces alerts, and you know, for me, I use the AI like a watch list. And I'm always wanting to check out to see what the charts are looking like. I don't mind if I miss out, you know, if I get an alert at, oh, I don't know, take a look. We have an alert at JKS on a short 5361, and if I take a couple seconds to check out the chart, and I decide I want the trade, and it happens to be at 5355 instead of 5361, it's not the end of the world. But I will never ever be a proponent of auto trading. And yes, we offer it, but you know, I would say that very few of our customers do it. Yeah, just use it as a guide. Absolutely. You know, here's the RGTI as an example. So, you know, the alert. Now, I won't take this trade. Why? Because I look at it and I think there's too much resistance, you know, not that far away. So I don't care if it comes from our AI or not. I mean, I'm always going to look at a chart. And if I don't like what I see, I won't take the trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to work, but that's my trading plan, my style. Is Peloton just a normal pullback? Yeah, I mean, it's probably, you know, the market is weak, so is Peloton, PTON, I guess. I don't see any specific news on it. I'm still keeping an eye on the BBAI. BBAI, want to see if it gets back over 6. Okay, still a little lag. Just give me a moment here. IMUX. Let's take a look at IMUX. Right, this has got a lot of room, guys. Of course, look at that weekly chart. So IMUX, not an AI play. They don't all have to be, of course, but this is really interesting. I mean, on the daily, it's certainly extended, but above that high on Friday, way above it, right? No, the high on Friday was 290, so it's above the high on Friday. IMUX. If there's any specific reason, any news on this one? I don't see any news. Oh, what am I talking about? This is the Wedbush one. My memory's shot. Of course. Of course. I had to look at of course I'm in this one. Yay. Crazy. I forgot, I had to look over my P&L and go, oh yeah, it's moving nicely. And then I'm realizing IMUX, so I'm still in this one. I did take some out, but this is still a nice move. Okay, guys, there's Nordstrom's critical level here. Critical. Look at this Nordstrom's critical level. This is the low on Friday. It was 24.86. So it's just a little bit below that low. Let's see if this really starts to move down now because, okay, well, I have a stop on that one at the whole number of 25. Okay, so again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. I'm just telling you what I saw, what I'm looking at, what I've done. Okay, that is a Nordstrom's. Oh, wow. Hmm. Give me one more little leg down. All right, guys, Nordstrom, AWN. I just covered some at 43. I'm going to do a little protection trade or protection. So just give me a moment here. Okay, so in at Nordstrom's at 24.83, there's a 17-cent stop. So getting out some at 24.43, that is over a 1 for 2, which is what I think 24.49 was a 1 for 2. So I made that first. All right, now I'll have to see what happens on the balance. Okay, BBAI guys. Okay, I got to put a price alert underneath here, see if it takes that out. Is 315 resistance for IMUX? Well, I don't know. I'm looking at the weekly chart. Of course, I'm not looking at a daily chart, but I mean, all I can see on the weekly is way up here. So I don't know if it's resistance. Remember, I'm in a 235, guys. I mean, if you've been in the room for a bit, I think I took this last Monday. So in at 235, I did sell some in the I did sell some in the 260 area, and I'm just hanging on. Wow, Nordstrom's. Well, hope some heard what I was talking about. Just critical level of taking out Friday's low, 24.86. AI over 30 again, guys. AI over 30 again. Now, critical, another area of interest, of course, is going to be that whole number from Nordstrom's 24. Yeah, meanwhile, I've lost sight of SOUN. Tremendous run now. And the next high looking left is right there at 453. Right there, guys. The next, well, I shouldn't say the next high after this is 507. Just waiting on Nordstrom's to see if it can take out 24. Somebody was mentioning IVDA earlier. IVDA, another low float, 11 million in the float. Let's take a look left on the weekly chart. And the next high is is that right? 213 on the weekly chart. So it's got some room on the weekly chart to keep moving. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Well, I'm loving Nordstrom's. I mean, that's turning into a tremendous RR, risk reward. But, that whole number might be a stumbling block. Or not. We'll have to see. I mean, it's fascinating. 24.19 now. All right, guys, Beyond Meat. We're having a little bit of a pop here or recovery for Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat, BYND. 1850 is the next high looking left. That's on the 15-minute chart. And, I mean, if the market rallies a bit here and Beyond Meat gets over 1850, it could, challenge that 19 level. Could. Wow, AI over 30 again. It's been a little bit choppy, but AI over 30 again. This is the one that in the simulator, take a look at it. I did take out 100 shares last week, sold off 100 shares last week, but in a 2072 with that remaining 100. Come on. Well, I'm not in the BBAI, but it just exploded up. I'm just waiting on the Nordstrom's JWN to see if it takes out 24. It's sitting right there. Yes, 23.95 now. Well, again, guys, my 10-day daily breakout has just been unbelievable the last, I think, 4 or 5 days. Not every stock, of course, but the Seco, this is early, 420. I mean, listen, if this takes out 4 again, this could get rocking again. Need some volume, a lot of volume though, 300,000 shares in the float, just crazy low, crazy, crazy low. 27 million have traded. China stock. All right, guys, I've just taken some more out of the Nordstroms in the 80s, just in case it wants to come back up through 24. So I don't have that much left, but It's in the 2380s, of course. Anyway, so let's take a look at what's happening here. So there's the CECO. So what you're seeing here, this is this DR stands for don't repeat. So this is the first time CECO was alerted at 9:31 Eastern time, of course. The price was 420, and you can kind of click on the alert and you can see what it did from there. And of course, it got up to 420 and pulled back, but this, look at the AI, 2848 was the alert. We got all the way up to what, 3086. This one, of course, BBAI, 617 at 663 now. ARRQ, let's see what it's done since 330. And not bad, it's holding, at least it's holding. SOUN, 397, it got up to 449. PSNL, 425. What did it get up to? Yeah, it didn't really move from there. LiPo, 391. That really didn't do it. And QUBT, 337. What did it get up to? I mean, you had a little bit of a gain here, but I mean, again, just because you get the alert, I don't mean every single one is a rocket ship, but boy, oh boy, you get 2 or 3 of these. Then there's the SECO, SECO. I mean, Nordstrom still has room, obviously, but that turned out to be just a fantastic trade for me. And you know, how about saying the next low looking left? Well, there's a 200-day 2094. Certainly not saying it's going to get there, but sorry, Greenhorn, I'm just seeing what you're saying. Yeah, AI or us. Yeah, I do share it. What time is it right now? 10:15. So wait just a little bit before I get into my talking about my homepage and all. But yeah, if you go to my homepage, well, if you go to my homepage, I just put my homepage link in. Click on the link, and this is what you'll see. You have to scroll down a little bit, and then my scans are right here. Okay, these are the scans that I'm sharing. Uh-oh, we're getting a bit of an uh-oh moment in the market right now, guys. Okay, we're getting a low here now on that SPY chart. But this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act was up and down. I was just showing you my 10-day daily breakout. So even though the market is weak today, these ones that are breaking out, mainly low floats, they don't really care what the market's doing. Okay. But I am sharing some other scans also. Here are the 2 races that you see. All right, guys. So if you're in a long trade, especially one that maybe a larger cap stock that may follow the market a little more closely than these ones here, these biggest gainers from the open. You know, just be careful because now we have two red candles in a row. Ooh, what happened there? Just a minute. Give me a moment, guys. What happened? Okay. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, so this one just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, okay? The PLTK might be a little bit late, 990 on the short, 970 right now. Let's take a look left. I mean, I love the break under 10. But let's take a look left, and the next low is 960. So that is, and after that, the next low is 9. So definitely an argument to be made that if it can take out 960, I'm going to stick an alert around there, that it could have another leg down. I'm going to stick an alert around 957 and see if it takes out 960, and then the next low looking left is 9. You know, if Nordstrom's gets underneath 24 again in any way, I may add to my. I don't have very much left, but I may add to my short if it gets underneath 24 in any decent way, like 2470 or something. What did it get down to? Got down to 81. Well, I'm going to stick an alert around there. I don't have very much left. Okay, guys, ARQQ, what is it doing? Was that a pullback? Okay, this is actually ARQQ. What did we see when we looked left on the daily chart? 371 is the next high looking left. Well, you would have done okay on the MSGM short. I was surprised there were shorts available. Only 3,000 now. You would have done okay there. That was the very first alert. Okay, now SECO has been really whippy. SECO has been really whippy and got up to 450. This could now, after it pulled back underneath, held the VWAP. The VWAP is 376, seems to have held the VWAP so far. But if you're gonna, again, if you're gonna take any of these that have ridiculously low floats, you cannot take too many shares, guys, because you're gonna have to expect that stocks like this are gonna be very whippy. So where are you gonna put your stop? So if you have a wide enough stop to keep in the trade, that means you cannot take that many shares. Because remember, the big part of trading is the money management. So you have, when you get into a trade, you have to be prepared to lose on the trade. And how much are you willing to lose dollar wise? Well done, Shady. So that, yeah, remember I was talking about this one. So there it is, 330. There was your alert at 330, 360 now. We don't know this is going to happen, of course, but oh, look at JWN. NEM is, well, I don't know. I think NEM is looking to buy out an Australian gold miner, Mac. I think that's what I read. I think NEM is the acquiring company. NEM, let's take a look. I'm pretty sure that's what I read this morning. Yeah. So Newmont tanks on takeover offer. Okay, so that's typically what happens. You know, the acquiring company usually gets hit. So NEM is not the buyout. NEM is the acquiring company looking to buy this Newcrest, Australia's Newcrest. Okay. Seco, I missed it. I missed my entry. We'll see how whippy it is though still. SECO. Oh, missed my entry. Son of fill in the blanks. 690 is the next high looking left. Wow. And this is an answer to people who think, well, okay, but how can you possibly take a trade like this when it's already up, what it was 120% at this point? Because this is what can happen. You know, I mean, it's just crazy. It's probably taken another 60%. Ah, my entry was going to be about 430, and well, I just got distracted. Yeah, only 300,000 in the float, which is insanely low. But we're seeing so many stocks now with less than a million in the float. So if you took this one, you know, around that 430 break, I mean, I'd be selling some. I'd be taking some profit for sure. You know, we got a couple things, 500, $505 could be a type cycle, excuse me, a type psychological number to get through, could be number one. Number two, anything goes from 430 to 490 in like a heartbeat, you've got to take some profit, in my opinion, anyway. But look at the volume, 43 million on 300,000 in the float. Wow. Okay, guys. So again, you know, if you took this one, you got to be aware of these whole numbers, in my opinion, anyway. Stocks that, especially five is a big psychological number, in my opinion. Okay, guys, back in that Nordstrom, took the Nordstrom short again. Okay, so I added to the position that I kept on the original short, and now I've added to my Nordstrom short again, JWN, and see if this has a another leg down in it. Hey guys, remember, okay, I hope again, if you're listening to me talking about a SECO like the SECO trade, SECO, you know, five big area for to try to get through, and right now it did not do it. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, so now I'm seeing like with this market, now we're 45 minutes into, three 15-minute candles. What time is it now? 10:33. So we still have 17 minutes for this candle to close, but we've had half an hour of market moving downward. Okay, SOUN still looks interesting to me. It had a little, well, pretty big pullback, 448, back down to 4. Give me a moment. I'm on down Nordstrom's JWN. Morning, Marie, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, Sound, SOUN, there, I don't know why. Sometimes our single stock window. When you say, are we part of Trader? Well, Michael Noss has a, I guess he does something there. I don't know how many times a week he's on there on Trader TV. Uh, so we're not. When you say, are we part of it? I mean, they do have our software. Some of their traders, I guess. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, internal discussions taking place, so I'm just always following, seeing if I can help it at all. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was live every Friday morning. Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if he had upped that or not. Wow, Nordstrom's, this has been, I haven't looked at his scan at all. Zach's bounce scan, not today. So you would think maybe getting some bounces here with that bottoming tail on the SPY, the last 15-minute chart. What time is it now? 10:38. So another 7 minutes, 6 minutes or so for that one to close. Which may be giving Nordstrom just a little bit of a bounce also here with that bottoming tail. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this one now. Basically, it's where I shorted it again. So this one doesn't care what the market's doing, ARQQ. Again, on the weekly chart, what do we have? 424, 424. Looks like the next high in the weekly chart. Fantasy area way up here at 779. All right, Playboy. Let's see, what's our next high looking at? 357. So PLBY trying to have a bit of a bounce here. The VWAP is at 301. So it's right at the VWAP. All right, guys, it is now 10:42, so Eastern time, of course. So I think what I'll do is just cover a little bit what you can find on my homepage. All right, on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Let me get rid of this first. So if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. I'm going to click on Get Trade Ideas to give you an idea how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual premium is 2,000, less that 15%. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Give you one pretty decent trade today, right off the bat, MSGM on a short. You don't have to go on in fact, if you're new to this program, please don't take it on an annual unless you know you want the program on an annual basis. You have to look at our terms and conditions on refunds. Okay. My advice, take out a monthly. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If within 30 days you decide you'd like to take out an annual, great, we'll honor that 15%. But you should try us out before you commit to an annual. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do the get started. It goes through the download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, this is a free resource for you. Trading 101, okay? Free resource. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. About 30, I can't remember how many videos now, 34, 35 videos. Okay, and I really recommend you take a look at this. People are always asking, well, do you recommend any trading courses and all? This is a great primer. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's take a look at how it's doing. ZYME. Yeah, pretty good. You know, the trigger was 960, so it's a little bit above that price right now. Education, big education link is here. So here's our guide. Here's our user guide. You will also see here that getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about, okay? Lots of more information, of course, in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything in our user guide. Probably your next step will be price alerts. You know, how to set a price alert on a chart. So when it hits a certain price, it gets triggered and your big price alerts window will pop up on the screen. There's that getting started series again, daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the pro room and in our Discord room. So you can head over there and listen to Chris if you'd like between 12 and 1 o'clock. And we have more educational videos here. And then if you want my scans, again, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. Talked about them a little bit before. The pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this style for years and years and years. Okay. I see so many emails come in. How come I didn't see this stock? How come I didn't see that stock in the pre-market? And I always check what I have in my pre-market actives up and down, and I see them. So, you know, if you want, I think that what I've done, and I've been using the same format for many, many years, is pretty good. You probably will not miss any stock that is active in the pre-market, either up or down. Okay. And then I've been talking about the 10-day daily breakout, but I do have other scans that you might want to take a look at. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage and then my link and then my that promo code. The room gets credit. I get some credit. Also, if you save my link, you can always take a look at my scans and that education section anytime you want. Okay. Well, Chris, I would not auto trade the AI, number one. Okay. So what are the issues you're having? But I would not auto trade the AI. I'm just going to flat out tell you that. But what are the issues you're having? This is a question in our YouTube room. Well, Marie, you're in the live trading room, Trade Ideas trading room. So you can stay here if you like. But what are the issues you're having, Chris? But again, I am not a proponent of trading of any auto trading at all. Well, Sekou, here they are. Just click on my homepage link. Like I said, just click on my homepage link. When you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down. This is what you'll see first. Just scroll down until you see my scan section. Okay, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. The only thing I can suggest, Chris, also is it's in our YouTube room. I don't know if you take a look at the Brokerage Plus the link. The first video. There's two videos there. The short video shows you how you connect to an IB or E-Trade account. Okay, guys, I got knocked out of the JWN, so I'm out of it now. Took a small loss on what I added, but I'm now out of my complete short position. Give me a moment, please. Well, you must not be connected correctly then, Chris. I mean, I can't help you. You're going to have to, you might have to contact our tech support. I really can't help you. All I can tell you is this, is that if you watch the first video that shows you how you connect to E-Trade, from Brokerage Plus, but if you don't have a connection, if, for instance, when you click, never mind Brokerage Plus, but if you click on any symbol and it's not loading into your E-Trade order entry, then obviously something's going on. Okay. And I can't help you. I'd have, they can take a look at your setup. I can't do that. Okay. So I can give you the homepage because I don't have access. I don't have that, and they can take a look at your log. But if you are clicking on a symbol and it's not loading into E-Trade, then something is wrong, obviously. You have to be able to connect to E-Trade first. But here's our homepage. Did you watch the video? Did you watch the Brokerage Plus? Did you watch the short video that shows you how you connect to E-Trade or Interactive Brokers? Okay, and it didn't work? Okay, then you're going to have to go to click on the homepage link. Okay, click on the homepage link, and when you do that, you'll have a little balloon will pop up, questions and answers. Okay, click on that, ask the question, You might have to give them your email address to make sure you have a proper connection, number one. Okay, but you can start that. There are guys, there are people there that can hopefully answer your question. Okay. But I would not auto trade anyway. I have to tell you that right off the bat. I would not auto trade. Oh, look at this Lucy, guys. Take a look at Lucy here. So there's the high on Friday was 261, so it's a little bit above that. But the big deal is the high on Thursday, which was what 502. Keep an eye on Lucy right now. 2.3 million in the float, so it's not trading a huge amount, but obviously I can't remember. It had some news on Thursday, caused the big spike up, sold off. Okay, guys, Lucy on the move. Lucy on the move here, guys. Lucy. A lot of volume coming in now. Lucy on the move. All about looking left, guys. All about looking left. Where could a stock go to until it hits resistance? I, right at 3, it took some out. You know, again, that whole number, popped through 312 on the way back down. I took some out. I just never trust the stock getting through the whole number cleanly, especially the first time. Now I'm going to keep an eye on this Lucy to see if it really takes out three again. And it's all about looking left. I mean, there's a massive, that's all traders are looking at. They're saying, wow, what if it could get anywhere close to that five? I've had some issues with trade ideas with the charts. I'm talking to the developers. That's kind of what, yeah, like that, and having to do a reset, but even a reset. Yeah, so it's annoying. It is very annoying. I get it. All right, I suppose I'm going to keep one more time with the Nordstrom's JWN. If it takes out this low down here or gets close to that low down there, well, look what happened with Lucy, guys. You see that whole number. Not all the time, of course, but your IB market order is not executing. I've had no issue with IB this morning. Now, I typically don't go into market necessarily, but I mean, but I've had no problem executing anything in IB this morning. So again, guys, this is a classic example of not wandering away from your computer if you get into anything that is a low float. And of course, I consider anything 20 million under a low float, but certainly something with 2 million in the float is extremely low. You cannot wander away. thinking, oh well, okay, it's going to challenge that. It may later on in the day, I don't know, but you cannot wander away because you can. First of all, this could go right back to drop another 33 to get back to Friday's close. Easy. These are just usually fairly quick trades. Yeah, I just saw Snap. Why did I see Snap? I think I must have seen it here in the large cap gainers. All right, so while I have a bit of a lull, I'll go over the racing, okay, for especially for people who are new. If you're new to trading, I would really suggest you take a look at these races. I mean, I'm sharing these two, but of course, when you get used to using trade ideas, you can create your own races. But it's the concept, and it's in the guide. If you click on, my homepage link, go to the education section, and then go to the guide, and then TI stock racing. It's all covered there. What I'm going to go over right now, I don't expect anybody to completely remember everything I say, but this is the concept of what the racing is all about. Okay, guys, I'm just watching Nordstrom's here again. So every race is starts from a top list window. Okay, here is the top list window that this race generates from. You'll notice that in the top list window, if I right click, it says launch real-time stock race. So that's so you can set up any top list window that you want and launch a race from it. So what is the concept of the racing? Well, before we had races, the way in which a person would use a top list window, it's sort of, well, it's a ranking window. In other words, if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day, and you had that as a column, so you notice I've got this C percent, which is the change from Friday's close, the yesterday's close. So that's telling me that CECO is up 157% from Friday's close and all the way down. I've just sorted on that. If I want to see the change from the open, which is what I like, I can see that I haven't even seen this one yet. CDIO is up 74% from the open. Wow. Let's click on this one, see what's happening with it. Yeah, wow, look at this, guys. And another low float. Look at this. See, I didn't see this one at all. But look where it is here, right on in the race. So here's the whole concept of the race. It's great to know this information, but how are you going to use it to trade, especially if there was some stock down here, kind of buried down here in the list, like ARRI as an example. Well, right there, ARRY is up 7.7% from the open. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it started to move, kind of like the CDIO started to move, and it started moving up. So 7.7, now it's at 8%, maybe it's at 15% from the open, and it is surging higher. You'd never be able to see that. Okay, so that's where the races come in. In this particular race, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded and up 2% from the close, I will find stocks that meet these filter requirements, and I will find the stocks that are moving the most. What does that mean, moving the most? Wow, look at the CDIO. I run 4-minute races, so we are now a little over 30 seconds into this race. At the beginning of the race, of course, it's just like any other race. Everybody starts off at the starting line, and whatever stock is moving the most, you will see it at the top of the leaderboard. You'll see it moving up and up and up. So right now, CDIO, what does that 4.8% mean? It means since the race started a minute ago, it's moved 13%. Okay, it has moved 13%. You would not have, I mean, you can see it up here now, but this was moving up this list. You never would have seen it. I'm not saying, okay, never. If you've been staring at a list and maybe seeing something move, fine, but how crazy would that be to have to do that all day long? So that's where the racing comes in. You will never miss something that is moving. Okay, in this particular race anyway, the biggest gainers from the open. Now the open does not mean the open like the open of trading today. It means the since the race started. Okay. Now the nice thing about it is that it'll automatically create a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list made up of stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And that gives you something to focus on all day long. So if you're new to trading, one of the common questions is, what do I concentrate on? I mean, so many things are happening. What the heck do I do? Well, this gives you an opportunity just to concentrate on a few stocks. Okay. And so look at RGTI as an example. It only won one race, but maybe it's setting up, maybe at a certain price, maybe the high of the day, or maybe it pulls back to a certain level. Maybe you want to know about it. Okay. And you might get interested in taking a trade there. And that's why you've got to practice trading though. Because you might say, okay, well, here's the CDIO that was just moving. You're going to say, ah, man, I missed it. Well, what if it pulls back to, I don't know, the VWAP 206, if that's your style of trading? Now you might say, well, I don't have a style yet. Well, that's why you've got to get one. Okay. You have to have some kind of a plan to trade. It can't just be, well, I think this one is, this looks good. Why does it look good to you? Is it like, does it, like, why is it meeting any sort of requirements that you might have to trade? I've got certain things that I, of course, look at, and I have a checklist. And if I can't check everything, then I'm not going to take the trade. A lot of the things on my checklist are already checked because of the scans that I've got. I'm not never going to see outside of a price range that I'm comfortable trading. It's always going to have a certain minimum volume that I like, and it doesn't matter what my range is. It doesn't matter what my minimum volume is. You have to develop your own style. And then, as you hear me constantly saying, I won't take a trade unless I look left on a daily chart or a weekly chart, and I see some room that the stock can keep running before it hits the next high. That next high doesn't necessarily mean it's going to, number one, it's going to get there, or if it gets there, it's going to stop there. But that's just, look at the CDIO just ripping here. Well, if you see something moving up on the list, click on it. You don't have to wait for it to be leading. Okay. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. If you see something, moving up the leaderboard, click on it. My guess is that CDIO probably, or CDIO, probably would have seen it right around here, 175, as it was moving up. Okay. So you click on it, and then you still have to make up your mind. Do you want to trade it or not? But even this, I mean, again, you might think, well, I guess it's over. But what if it pulls back to that VWAP? So I'm going to stick an alert there. I'm going to stick an alert around 217. Maybe it pulls back later on in the day. And maybe that gives me an opportunity to take it on a pullback, as an example. And this one here, now this might be a little more easier to trade. These here are very volatile. I mean, check out the Lucy. We saw the Lucy. And all I did was just take the break of that high there. That's all I did. And it was moving up on the race, and at that 250 mark, 257, took the trade. Was it 100% going to work? Of course not. So what this race is all about, it's similar, except I've added a market cap filter. So the stocks here will have at least a $500 million market cap. And also the float has to be at least 50 million. So you will see, I mean, these are still excellent to look at, but you just not, rarely will you see anything moving 9% here, just because the market cap is so big. Okay. These ones, it's not that I have I've got a maximum market cap. It's just that If I don't put market cap or anything like that here, I'm going to see the ones that are moving the most over the course of the day on a percentage basis. I will see the ones here moving the most on a percentage basis, but with the market cap filter in there. So I'll look at BBIO as an example. So I look at this, the first thing I see, the very first thing I see when I look at BBIO, I don't like it. Just because, so there you go. Just because I get an alert here or something is, moving at the top of the leaderboard, I don't like it. Why don't I like it? Check out the weekly chart. Look how much action. We're at 11:57 right now. So there's a high 11:47. There's a high 11:58, 11:54, 11:53, 11:74. All sorts of stuff between 11:50 and 12. So for me, I just don't like it. I want to see a lot more room for the stock can move until it hits the next high looking left, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. So that just my style of trading, I just won't take the trade. Now, does that mean that this is going to block it from moving higher? Not 100% of the time, of course not. But it's just the way, I just have a plan, a trading plan, and I stick to it. And I don't worry about, oh man, I should have taken this because now it's 13. I don't worry about that. So again, you could use this as a top list, like a watch list for the day. Again, it's only going to give you 10 stocks, maximum of 10 stocks. Here are 10 stocks right there. Here are 10 here. Oh, look at Snap. Somebody was mentioning Snap earlier. Same thing. I mean, I look left and I see, well, I've got 1196, 11. So between here and 12, to me, there could be too much resistance for me. All right, guys. So things have settled down a little bit here. And what you're seeing here in this is the simulator in action. Okay. This is this AI that I took, I don't know, a week and a half ago at 2072. So you can use our simulator to paper trade. It uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data, and I can't emphasize enough. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. I know that's not what people want to hear. They want to fund their account and immediately start trading. Um, don't do it. Just don't do it. Practice trading. If you can't make money in a simulator, I almost guarantee you'll never be able to make money live trading. Because, and I'm not saying that you can make money in a simulator, that it necessarily translates to making money when you're trading live, because a lot, emotions come into play, discipline comes into play. So you look at the AI right here, okay? So won 9 races. I mean, you've got to follow these ones that keep winning races over and over again, okay? They can set up later on in the day. So here's A1 or AI. So you look at the VWAP. The VWAP is 28.98. You know, if it can get over, say 29 again, this could be on a run. If it takes out that VWAP. Conversely, if it keeps, popping into the VWAP and cannot escape it, maybe it turns into a short. So for instance, if you were practicing trading, you thought, well, that sounds like an interesting concept, taking out the VWAP, maybe I should concentrate or take a look at, that style. Well, you could just put an alert, put a price alert, just over the VWAP. I'll put it at 29.26. Okay, you'll see a blue line appears on my chart. So if it hits 29.26, I'll know about it. This is my price alerts window. Okay, let me get rid of some of these. Oops. These are ones that triggered earlier. Ah, just a minute. I'm going to have to reboot. Just a minute, guys. I think I'm going to have to do a reboot of Trade Ideas, which is a pain because now I'm going to lose this top 10 list. This happens to me every now and then. They're aware of, I don't know if it happens to anybody else. Always on this development version. And when I try to do a multiple delete of price alerts, this happens every now and then. So bear with me. And this is what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, now I've lost my top 10 list because I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. Yeah, they'll tell me don't do that, but you're supposed to be able to. Okay, guys, I have to get rid of this window behind here. Not rid of it, but just minimize it. Yeah, yeah, don't bend it that way. I get it, William, but that should not be an issue. You should be able to delete two price alerts at the same time. So now I'm gonna have to reset this. No, no, it's still here. So the price alerts, all I wanted to do was delete the triggered ones. So who knows? Maybe this AI, maybe that VWAP on AI is too strong right now. But as a user, I would say fix it. You should be able to do it with no issues whatsoever. Very spirited meetings, these Tuesdays and Thursdays. And actually today's the first Monday. Yeah, the first Monday in the month. So I'm in this developers meeting at 11 o'clock or at 2 o'clock Eastern time. But what if the build that I'm on, Pepe, becomes, unless I do things like that and show them, what if the build that I'm on becomes the production build? And if I don't show them that, it would, they would have to fix it before it would become a part of the production build, right? That makes sense? Well, I can't answer that. Why would affect, you know, be- because the development bill that I'm always on, you're right, I've had this issue every now and then, but they have fixed it. They have actually fixed it. Okay, but then it crops up again because they are appreciative of the fact that I let them know there's an issue and I send them my layout and they say, ah, we see what's going on. So they do fix it. But then I get onto another production build and it comes back for some reason. Sometimes, not all the time. I mean, that's the problem. It's intermittent. I could go maybe, I don't know, 3 weeks with deleting things from my price alerts window without any issue whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it happens again. All right, guys, Nordstrom's is back down again to an area of interest to me. Keep an eye on that AI, guys. I think it can have another run if it gets over 29. You can see sort of higher lows being made on the 15-minute chart. If you look at the 15-minute chart, you see all those little lows there. If you drew a trend line, which I don't do, but if you can just eyeball it, you just have to see there are higher lows being made. The sellers are, they're trying, but the buyers are still steadfast in their resolve to keep this up. And there's that VWAP, 28.97, getting closer and closer. Yeah, he wouldn't have picked it. He wouldn't have picked. I'm actually surprised that he now that I do see that TSN had earnings today, he wouldn't have picked it had it been an earnings play for this week. Yeah, here's Bed Bath & Beyond. Another look at the volume coming in. So I mean, if you're bound and determined to trade this meme stock, 383 is a big level. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 360. Just watching Amazon just hover over. Well, I mean, the longer this holds, I don't mean just today, of course, but if days and days and days, the longer this holds over 100, I may, again, I'm bound and determined I might want to swing this. Can't believe Amazon is going to do something later, but what's Meta doing right now? Yeah, I mean, look at Meta. Wow. I mean, it's still hanging in there way up here after its earnings release a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess on Thursday. Oof, Nordstrom's is now, I'm not in it right now. I'm going to be taking my break fairly soon. I don't know if I want to enter into a new trade right now. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Can AI, can it just maintain 29 and start to move again? The next high looking left is 29.71. That's on the 15-minute chart. It's now above the VWAP. Also, keep an eye on PSNL. PSNL. I have this thumbnail, so just give me a moment on this AI. Keep an eye on PSNL. PSNL. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's trying to curl up here. The VWAP is holding so far. The high of Friday was 425. What did it get to today? Got to 430. On the weekly chart, let's take a look left. Yeah, I mean, this has got some room, guys. I mean, on the weekly chart, the next highs are way up here at around actually 558 to be exact. So the longer this holds over the VWAP and over this 4 level and challenging Friday's high, this could still have a run in it. It's not a low float. 36 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. It's not crazy high. This has a price target of 8 put on it by Needham. I remember that now. All right, guys, 11:35. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room. I'm almost 100% sure, but I will make sure that he's going to be in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes. Ooh, here's maybe an interesting one. 8 EGHT, guys. So take a look left. There's the 200-day moving average, 522. It is underneath the whole number of 6 and starting to fade here. Lots and lots of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, a little over a million shares. So there's plenty of shorts available. And there's the VWAP, 607. So it's below the VWAP. What's the volume like? Big float, 106 million in the float. Great relative volume, 8.8. It's trading 8.8 times normal right now. Wow, this is another one that just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout, guys. Very, VERI. And so the last week's high, it's above last week's high. Of course, it has to be because it's a 10-day daily breakout. So the next high on the weekly chart is 1124. And if I can remember a few months ago, it came from almost 20. Ah, Nordstrom's. Oh man, missed it. Ah, oh well. Maybe some of you took it. You heard me talking about around that 60 level again. I mean, look at all the room it's got still. There's the 200-day moving average at 2103. The answer is yes. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. All right, give me a moment here. They are trying to help me. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, sorry about that. They're just looking for some of my settings, so maybe they're going to be able to do something about that. Genius, haven't seen Genius all day. GNS, haven't seen this one. I don't think it showed up on any one of my scans. The reason being, yeah, the relative volume's too low, 0.88, so it's probably not going to show up on any one of my scans. I usually have at least, aha, so here is the IPO for today, right? LICN. I think somebody mentioned that, or either CASA or CAM. LICN. So it just opened, $4, 6.3 million basically issued, $4. So it's right at the IPO price. Now, you know that if any of these new IPOs or the SPACs that say they're trying to merge with some company, they've got to start doing it with some AI, with something to do with AI, guys. That'll get these things to explode. I'm sure LICN has nothing to do with that. This is also a China stock. All right, guys. So this one will be of interest to me if it takes out the high of the day, 425. That's the only way. This LICN, not many shares issued, of course, and $4, but it has not exploded over that $4 IPO price, but you have to see what happens later. China, some of these China ones can go absolutely bananas. So we'll see. So Casa, all they have to do is say, and we're using AI to do all this. All they've got to do. All right, guys, 11:47. So in about 10 minutes, Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. I'll take my break. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just some internal stuff happening again. No, I'm probably going to be following this LICN if it takes out that high right there, which is around 420, I think. Highly risky, guys. I mean, if you're new, I'm just pointing out some of the things that I would maybe do on an IPO the first day with that sort of structure, low number of shares, low IPO price. So you can see some of these flyers are just really giving it up now. QUBT got up to 351, back down to 278. Ooh, this is shortable for me too. Wish I'd seen this a little bit earlier. Hey, and the trade of the week is doing pretty nicely, guys. Yeah, ZYME 960 was the trigger. So, how you trade is up to you, but I mean, boy, this got up over 10, a day when the market is down. If there's any news on ZYME, don't see any. And if you read the email that gets sent out, it's all about this anchored VWAP, and I think it was a daily anchored VWAP or something. And this is from Brian Shannon's book. It just went on sale, I guess, was it last week or 2 weeks ago on Amazon? Yeah, it's sold out already. He'll be getting some more out. Oh, wow. Okay. The LICN got halted, but on the way down. So all bets off on that one right now, anyway. But that's why we wait. That's why I put a price alert. And if I don't get that alert, I'm not going to anticipate it's going to happen. How do I find the stock shortlist? You mean how many shares are available? All I just use Interactive Brokers. It looks like this. Here we go. This is just a box I have up. This is from Interactive Brokers. So when I click on an alert, QUBT, well, it should be not saying, let's click on Omer. There we go. So I get a box that tells me exactly how many shares are available. This is from Interactive Brokers. I think you would do a search, and I know I always say, I'm going to write it down somewhere. What is it? SIB or something? No, SLB. I know. I hit the post. SLB. Yeah, just do a search on SLB and Interactive Brokers. A file, and then do your search, SLB. Your chart doesn't have candlesticks. Okay. Well, right click, properties. I think there are, I think the default is candlesticks, but chart styles, select chart style. I haven't, chart style, it should say candlestick. The default is definitely candlesticks. So unless you made a change, we have line bar area, etc. now, but the default is candlestick charts. So, but if you, again, if you right click on a chart and go to select chart style, and then where it says chart style, this is a drop down menu, but candlestick is the default. So I'm very surprised that you don't have candlesticks. Okay, well then you're going to have to make the change then. Again, if you right click on the chart, what do you see? Right click and go to select chart style, and then then you'll see chart style, and that's a drop down. If you don't see, if you just see, maybe you got a line chart. I don't even know what a line chart would look like. I guess that's you must have changed it or something, because the default is candlestick. I mean, that's what 99.9% of people use. So, okay, guys, Chris is going to be there pretty soon, so I'm going to get my announcement up. Like around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, Omer, I don't know if Omer showed up earlier, but there it is. And in my 10-day daily breakdown, I can't remember anymore if Omer showed up earlier. It's showing up now. Again, I don't know because I had to do a reboot, so my earliest ones now are at 11:19. Reeker was one that was really running for a long time. You can see it back here. This is last year, 12.21 in December, had a nice run all the way up to 223 from 58 cents.
Is that so?
That is so. I didn't
Excellent.
hear you. I didn't hear that ping there, Chris. Just give me a moment. I'm just going to put myself on mute in the other two rooms. Okay, guys, Chris is in the room now. I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. So I'm going to put myself on mute now, not in YouTube, but in the other two rooms. And let me just get the link in so they can listen to your wonderfulness. Like that, do you? Okay.
I don't know about all that, but fair enough.
How did it go this morning?
It went well. I mean, there's people filtering in and out. I'm sure some of them are really looking for you. So I think that's why like the filtering in and out goes on. And, but I mean, we had up to, I think 40 people in there at one point. And, and then, I told them that you were, if they were looking for you, where they could find you, and then directed them all towards you afterwards. So, but, kind of like a little more trader talk, and Michael from Trade the Pool showing, what he's doing with, futures and looking at that and how he's gauging those for getting ready for the day for equities and that kind of thing like that. So a bit of a different flavor. We're always told that people want more kind of trader talk. So hopefully that's giving people a little more what they want.
Yeah, and it worked out well because, I started my stream and no issues whatsoever. So that worked out really well.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. So
yeah.
Good to know
that
my
you friend,
can do that. It gives us some more tools. But yes, you go take that much deserved break, and I'll see you in a little while.
You will. Okay, Chris.
All right. Take care, Barry. All righty, everybody. So happy Monday. Oh, I forgot to change my screen. We're still on Barry's. Ho-ho. Right? There we go. All right. Now we're on my screen. Perfect. So, all right. Once again, happy Monday, everybody. Get this session here kicked off. Iris, how are you? Anybody with questions, fire those away for me. I don't have anything special or specific to share. Not a whole lot going on my end. For behind the scenes stuff, I'm completely buried with support stuff. So I know the market gap down. I know there's some stuff has been running here. Let's see. No, that's not really running. We see this here is running. I think this had a big pop. Yeah. Yeah, so there's that. I was playing around with the simulator and some stuff with the simulator. Not so happy Monday. I don't like to hear that, Iris. What happened? We didn't go chasing anything, right? We had a plan. We were trading that plan, right? Losses happen, but as long as we're trading a plan and we've got a good risk management in there, that's all we can do, right? That's all we can control as traders. Yeah, so yeah, I mean the market's going to continue to be tough. There's no clear anything on this, where the heck is my drawing tool? We've got this downtrend and we popped right out of it, and I think a lot of people anticipated a run on this here, and that's not what we're getting. And it's just not going to be, it's not going to be a clear breakaway until it is. And there's no anticipating it. It'll happen when it happens. And that's, all we can do is be best positioned. As far as the day trading side of things go, I would say that this intraday choppiness is going to be heck on everybody. Number one, because you're going to find, most stocks are following along with the market in some way or fashion. And then the other thing is you've got all of these stocks, like, all right, Very is going to be one of those AI stocks, right? I'm sure this is one of those AI things. If I remember from way back when. Yeah, data host and whatever else. And I'm sure it's got AI somewhere here in the title or something like that. Yeah, AI. There you go. See, I'm so smart. Not really, I'm teasing. But my point being is don't get caught up in these fads. No, I don't create scans in general, Iris. You know, I have what I like to use, and that's it. I'm not usually experimenting with anything. You know, I've got the scans that I'm happy with, and I trade from. So I'm not during the week. I'm not just, hey, let me make a scan. It's not what I do. But I think a lot of people, you know, going back on this theme here with two things. One being the markets being still choppy, regardless that there's been an uptrend for a bit here. And two, you know, you've got your flavor of the month or week or 6 weeks or whatever with these AI stocks. Just know that these things are going to be whippy and difficult, and you're going to have predators out there pumping them and then pulling the rug. And then you're going to have people that are going to come in and want to short these things because they get popped and overextended. You know, there's VERI, here's AI itself. You know, you've got all these stocks that are going to be AI related, and you're going to find these big dumps and that fade. And then all of a sudden it's going to pop right back up again. You know, you just got to really, really be careful with this stuff. I bet QUBT was another one. No. Yeah. Another AI pump here. Right. So, you might find yourself saved a lot of heartache if, you know, you're still figuring out the world of risk management. You know, when people make the transfer from trading to risk management is when they see a difference. When people just trade and are concerned about risk management, going to find themselves in a world of trouble. And those people that are less about their risk management and just about trying to put trades on, these stocks are going to eat you to pieces. I mean, absolutely destroy you, these kinds of stocks. So, you know, it would be the kind of thing that I might suggest to people, careful, just very careful. I won't say don't trade them, but just know that trading them, yeah, you're going to be involved in this kind of move here. You know, look at what this did. Look at what AI did. You know, look at, what was the other one we looked at? Veri. All kind of followed that same path, gapped up, looked like they were ready to run. 45 minutes into the day, they look like they're ready to run, right? Look at this move. 15, 30, 45 minutes in, even an hour plus in, we're ready to go. Not so much. Veri's holding up all right, but those other two that I showed are not. So, anyways, that's, you know, my 2 cents as far as that stuff goes. Aside from that, you had a lot go on last week, and since the last time we spoke, with Apple and Amazon and Google all reporting earnings. They all got smacked down hard, and then they had some bouncing. So, you know, it's going to leave a big argument between people whether or not, you know, we're back moving towards a buy the dip and we're ready to move up out of this bear market, or we're just going to chop around more. But, you know, the bottom line is we still got, you know, on some of these indexes, a downtrend line that is still relevant, even if we've just popped over it slightly. You know, we haven't really made those kind of, you know, newer highs and newer lows. You got the low, you know, you've got this low back here with the Qs, and then you got this low here that are basically the same thing, you know, and we've taken out that high here, but we can't take out this level right now. You know, think of it as a spongy zone. Maybe you want to include that, and then moving into this. So that these will be the big tests that if we're going to move forward. Now, if you're a believer in that we're moving forward, you know, hopefully you have your risk plan involved and set up, and how you're going to manage that and how you're going to move on those. So let's see, SECO with a pop. Let's take a look. Yeah, you know, and that's a really ugly topping shadow there. Really ugly topping shadow on that daily chart. See, 300,000 in the float. Yeah, this is a hard pass for me, a stock like this. Well, not a hard pass, but you know, this is going to be AI related. I guarantee it. Oh wow, not AI related. I am, color me surprised. whatever color surprise would be. You can color me that one. So I don't know what it is. It's just China in general. And again, so this is the kind of thing that I like to be very weary of. This thing is obviously in some massive downtrend. Looks like maybe it's a newer issue from back here. In September of 2021, not even September of last year anymore. Yeah. No, it's not a newer issue from then. Is it? My charts are being done. Yeah. Okay. So this has been around a while. I thought so. I thought I recognized this ticker from back in my very early days of trading. Yeah. I mean, this is a day trading vehicle. So just know, 300K in the float, it isn't going to take much to move this up or down. You don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that. VWAP at 395, so maybe looking for a little tug back to VWAP. Let's see, let's throw anchor that VWAP from the open here. And I'm on a backup computer as my computer broke, so some of my stuff looks a little delayed. So if you anchor the VWAP from the opening 15-minute candle this morning, you're way up here. So you got kind of a pinch between the EMA and the VWAP there. But plenty of action, a lot of it faders, and this is why I know how badly people just want to trade the open. They want to trade the first half an hour, and they want to trade the first 45 minutes. And some days it'll work. Monday, today, not so much. You got it, CC. So, there are things that have, worked very well here. Look, Snap, given the overall market here, the gap down, Snap looking pretty good today. Not bad. You see I had a price alert there. Unfortunately, I got distracted. I won't say distracted. I was bogged down with other items. I did like it at this price. I thought about it on an 1150 break. I wasn't able to trade. I just haven't been able to trade today. Kind of frustrating to say the least. So, there are some green shoots out there, but you've got a lot of conflicting things. And especially, again, when a lot of things are weighted by the indexes, you had the indexes go flying on last Wednesday when Jerome Powell came out and did whatever he's going to do. But then you had the indexes get rocked when the jobs report came in so much stronger than anybody anticipated. These are just the things that we've got to live with, and why running into early morning trades is just not a great idea for, I'll say, 99.9% of traders. Interestingly enough, I'm seeing some energy related things kind of pop on and off of here this morning. So natural gas is having a rare, let's call it an up day. I mean, it's up 12 cents, but it's, 1.5% at 12 cents with how bad it's been beaten down. I mean, absolutely taken to the woodshed and destroyed natural gas. Absolutely destroyed. You got oil here, USO. That's up 0.75%, give or take 50 cents on that, after being really drubbed around here. And we can see we've got quite a bit of a downtrend on oil overall here. It keeps trying to find support down around this area here. We'll see if it's, at some point, does it bang through and break that glass floor? We bang through here and break that glass floor. I don't know. Very well could be. I still have some energy heavy stuff here, but I've sold out more of it just in case it pulls a big reversal on me. So, yeah. Let's see what else. Nothing else really jumping out at me at the moment here. I was watching Frontline this morning. I saw that, and I saw this move, this nasty move right here. I mean, look at this. Look at that move, ready to break out. First half an hour, right? Look at that. Look how good we are. We're up above this level here, and just look at that nasty move. So is that 1535? Whipped all the way back down to 1485, give or take. I mean, that's really, really, really nasty. That's really nasty, especially for a stock with 140 something million in the float. It's not like it's a small float stock. It just really seems to be struggling with this 1530 level. And I'll bet if we do this, let's throw a line on here right up around this level, and then let's scroll back. Take a look here. Let's hit the Wayback Machine. Wow, we got to go that far back, huh? Let's go to a weekly chart. Oh, we can't even find it on a weekly chart here. Holy cow. Let's hit a monthly chart. Rare that I got to go to a monthly chart. So look at that. Off whatever happened here, whatever that was. I don't know if there was an offering or some kind of contraction in shares, maybe. Look at that. So we're right up around this level, trying to get up above that level and into that monthly gap there, going all the way back to 2016. So no surprise. We're finding some fight there on that. What else is happening through here? And anybody with questions, please let me know. As I always say, I don't have anything pre-done for this. This is really supposed to be kind of your guys' Q&A and content driven by you folks here. All right, what else is happening through here? There must be something else interesting going on around the world of stocks, right? I set some early price alerts. Everything looks like it's pretty much garbage from there. SMMT, we had this move, and I'm guessing, I don't know what happened. That was a gap down here, but I set a price alert just in case, but no, garbage for now. You never know. COSM, much of the same here. And you can see, these things that had this big volume all through here, and that volume is starting to fade. The liquidity is starting to fade. So they'll need I'm guessing some press release or something, but I stick the price alerts there because you never know when something's going to have its moment all of a sudden and go on a run. Want to watch that. GNS, that was another one that's been all crazy through here. Same thing, another price alert there. Still very liquid, over 4.5 million shares traded, but we can see 0.94 on the relative volume, so still very liquid, but not as much interest obviously as it was back here. CIDO, we're saying, right? CIDO. Oh yeah, that's been going crazy here on this race. Yeah, this thing's all over the place. So I'm guessing some kind of press release. It's not a magic indicator, but it does me okay sometimes. You can see it growing right on this 8 EMA, and then bang, explodes off of it. Come back and kind of bounced on it with those bottoming shadows there. We'll see what happens from here, but huge move. Still even though it's way off the highs, it's still up over 100% right now, which is, I mean, pretty darn significant to say the least. STIX. So this is starting to get a little bit jiggy with it. Big volume that's come in on these last 15-minute candles here. Let's see, 11 million in the float. It's a Brazilian stock, custom computing. I'll bet there's going to be AI somewhere in this thing. So yeah, I'm sure it's something to do with analytics and AI. So again, you know, another one for you here, up 35% right now, but very, very thinly traded. I mean, look, this thing is doing over 7 times what it's normally doing to this point in the day, and it's only traded 290,000 shares. So, you know, these are those things that I talk about, liquidity and volume. You know, do I want to see it? Yes, but you know, these are things I want to be very careful of. You've got this kind of, you know, here, even worse to make just show a little better here. Look at the spread on a $2 stock. You know, you've got a 9-cent spread on a $2 stock. Now, you know, back down to 6 cents. Back down to 8 cents, excuse me. You know, these thinly traded stocks like this, you get, you know, unscrupulous individuals that are going to try to take advantage of people and these AI headlines and try to get something running and get people involved in it. That's not to say it won't run. Just don't be on the wrong side of this. That's all. So you're saying AI is at its low of the day here? Take a look. And you bounced off the low of the day now. You know, you got this gap. Gaps love to be filled here. So, well, we'll see what happens. You never, as the saying goes, you never know where you're going until you get there. What were some other things that I looked at this morning? TAAT. This thing is not anything here. I saw it in the pre-market. I was, you know, I did an early pre-market show this morning with Michael Katz from Trade the Pool. I just, you know, was just using this as an example about setting price alerts in the pre-market for the, you know, upcoming live session. But obviously nothing here. I'm going to get rid of that price alert as a matter of fact. 54,000 shares traded there. No need to have that. PSNL, this thing was a high flyer early in the morning. You know, hasn't done a whole lot since. And again, you know, we think of things relatively. It's up 15 cents, but that's almost 3.75%. You know, it's a $4 stock. So obviously running into some resistance right through here. And we could see just from my price alert that this area is a magnet for price all through here. Just can't seem to get busted out of that area. Look, he had this move here, couldn't leave it behind. You know, now it's attempting to do the same thing from down here, and we can just see that this downtrend has continued here. A lot of volumes come in the last couple of days, so we'll see what happens. You know, a little over 7 on that relative volume there, and 1.8 million shares traded today. So, you know, liquidity is there, interest is there overall, but we can see here, this was where the big pop happened. Faded volume, much smaller pop here as compared to that one there, and a faded volume again. So a day trading vehicle, you know, the price alert's set. You can, you know, come up towards high of the day, you know, revisit it, think about it. But, you know, I'm not sitting here just, you know, only watching and waiting for that. If the interest could come back in, the volume could come back in, and it could pop back over this level. You know, you're looking at, you know, a run at $5 and a run, you know, up over 5. Not saying it'll do any of that, but what I'm trying to illustrate here is that, you know, we've cleared this level here, you know, just under $4. It's having trouble leaving this area behind. But if it got through here, you know, there's no real resistance up to there. That doesn't mean that it's just going to fly right up there. But as I'm looking at, you know, a risk reward for me here, I'm looking at down here. If I were to take the trade, you know, I'm looking at this kind of level, looks pretty interesting to me. The bottom of these bodies here on the candles, bottom of that bottoming shadow, you know, all of a sudden, so there's my, you know, risk set up there. And then my potential reward is here, knowing full well that a stock under $5 is going to struggle at the 25-cent ranges, So at 4.25, there's probably going to be a struggle. At 4.50, probably going to be a struggle. At 4.75, probably going to be a struggle. And no question, $5 will be a big deal on it. So, but trying to set up these risk reward scenarios in my head with the price alerts that are already there. So if this happens, then this is my reaction type of stuff. And it's not me trying to scramble and guess, on the fly. I want to press buy, but where do I want my stop? It's already been a focus of mine earlier in the day now. No, Jay-Z, sorry. There's no way to automate partial sales right now through Brokerage Plus. We just don't have a way to do it. I don't know that it will or will not be possible ever or in the future, but currently, the only thing that I can say is you'll have to just cancel the original orders, the closing orders that are out there, Jay-Z, and then put out the orders that you want from there. That's all you can really do at this point. So FRO, yep, FRO just can't get up above that level right there. Just can't seem to do it. For all you old school Star Trek fans, just can't do it, Captain. She's given her all she's got. Just can't get above that 430 level. Yeah, you're welcome, Jay-Z. I wish that we had that ability too. There's a lot that goes into these things with the APIs and behind the scenes stuff. So I won't even pretend to know if it's really possible that it could ever happen. But it would be nice to be able to do things like that, especially like you were saying. I think what you've got going on there is actually very sensible, looking at R1 and R2 like that, because those are hard numbers that can be sent out. Generally the problem with what people want to do with Brokerage Plus is they want to use like a rising moving average or RSI for their stops or targets, and your brokers can't calculate that stuff. But we can send a hard target of R1 as a full sell order, just not as a partial sell order. So I'd like to say it's possible and maybe something that will come down the line, but I just can't say whether or not it is in the cards. And again, anybody with questions, please, hit me with those questions. Hit me with those questions. Otherwise, I'm kind of dancing out here on my own, trying to keep you all informed and entertained. Let's see, was there anything else that I was looking at during the day? I'm going through my price alerts again here. Where do we leave off? Did we look at LIPO? So here's LIPO again. 2.36 million in the float. 2 million shares are traded, and I'll bet 2.5 million shares are traded. I'll bet 2.4 of those million were traded in the first 45 minutes. This thing is dead as a doornail afterwards. That's not to say it won't come alive again. I've got a price alert way up here. Maybe if I'm, maybe I want to put it up here above this topping shadow here and see if it can't break 3 and break that and get back on a run again. But you just got to keep in mind that 90% of these, I don't know what the percent is. It's higher than 50%. Is it 90%? Is it 80%? Is it 75%? Is it 51%? I don't know. But a larger than half proportion of these quote unquote early morning runners with these low floats, they're all going to be fade plays afterwards. And I know, what gets everybody's mind is that one that goes, oh, this one moved. I'm going to get that one that moved. But getting that one that moved is tough. And just jumping on any of these early, I'd be comfortable with saying 19 out of 20 times it's going to be a failed trade by jumping on it early. I won't lie. This one had me looking. It wasn't, it was a big gap up, but it wasn't overly insane, the gap up. And I saw this small float and I, saw this here and I thought, is this going to be one of those times I kind of go early? And I said, no, we're staying disciplined. It's Monday morning, and staying disciplined was the right move for me. I know it ran up this way, but I don't think I could have gotten a fill that I would have been comfortable with on that move. And, all of a sudden it's getting that fill on a fast moving thing and then trying to get back out really quickly if it starts to pull back. It's just not practical for me. For some people, very well it could be. I'm not one of those people on that move there. Anyways, that was LIPO. So not that it can't do something here, throughout the rest of the day. I'm going to leave that price alert there. KAL, this thing was jumping all over the place early. I think it might have got halted, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. But again, this huge pump move on 100,000 shares on the float. Gonna have to be careful with this. I mean, I don't know that this is real. Maybe it's real. I'm not sure. That traded all the way up here at $800. It looks to be a newer issue. So, I don't know. This is something I'd be very leery of looking at this stock. Our friend Chamath in space. Virgin Galactic Holdings here. Daily chart on this is still leaves something to be desired, but well, did it bottom out here? Is it trying to make a move off of this in a bigger picture here? This vessel within a vessel move. Maybe, this is obviously, there's a lot of resistance on it here again. Then you get up here and, this almost looks like a resistance, and this could be resistance. So it's one of those ones. It makes for a tough risk reward scenario for me on this here. It's more the reward that's tough than the risk. I think the risk is very well defined. It's the reward, like, where you're going to put you're going to put a pivot on every one of these in betweens here. It's not that none of them are valid, but which is the more valid one? China's watcher's not good today. Yeah, well, here's the KWeb. So KWeb gapped down, moved up, moving back down again. It's gapped down below this pivot line that I've had here for a very long time. I'd imagine the FXI is no better looking. Yeah, there you go. There's the FXI, no better looking. But, look, that's quite a run that it made here. Now what do we have to decide? Do we think that this is only a secondary trend, meaning it only lasts weeks and months? Or do we think it's becoming a primary trend that will last months and years? There's no way to predict that, but this is the question we have to ask ourselves. And how willing are we to participate in this? So I see CC here. It's not CC. Sorry, don't listen to me. CC saying AI here. He's looking, I guess he's looking to put a position on there. A little pop here going on. So yeah, we bottomed out here. Are we going to recapture this and kind of hook up on that moving average? Anything, as they say, is possible. Now this I want to point out. Now we've seen a bunch of stocks where we saw a huge volume here and then it just completely collapsed. While this volume has taken a tick down, there is still volume here. There is still interest. 63 million shares traded, 63.7 million shares traded. That's holy cow liquid. The relative volume is really kicking. And look, we can see an increase in volume as we're going on here. Yes, we had that spike here and then a fall off. And then Friday and today are right back up there. Today's volume is going to take out Friday's volume without any question. So, this is very much in play for the day here. Now, is it in play to the long side? Is it in play to the short side? That's up to you and your trading plan to decide. But this thing is in play. There's no question about that. This is, not going anywhere today. As far as lacking of interest, it whether it goes up or down as far as price action where it's going, that's to be determined. But the interest that is going to be for the players of the market, it's going to be there all day. That's not disappearing. That's not dissipating. What else here? What else? So space, we talked about QUBT. So this is one of those ones that's more like, look, big volume kind of really died out. And we're seeing this red candle come in with this red candle come in here. Not looking too good for that stock right now. And still, still kicking. Don't get me wrong. Mark, that had an early pop on it this morning. Yep, there we go. Early pop on it this morning. Not really seeing much else here. Wonder, is there more AI talk in this? Yep, look at that. AI products, AI based solutions. So more AI pop and drop. So just keep this in mind when you're looking at stocks and you're deciding. This reminds me of when I first started trading. Anybody that stuck China in their headlines was off into the races for a while there, and then it became this, where all of a sudden anything in China had a pop and a quick, easy, short and fade afterwards. There was something with shippers was going on towards the beginning of my trading career. Same kind of thing there. Anything with shipping was having huge pops in it. What else? There was all the blockchain nonsense that went on, and then another one was NFTs a couple of years ago. Anything that started sticking NFTs in there and crypto overall, same concept there. So you've got that same thing going on here with AI. That's not to say they're not tradable stocks. Absolutely tradable. Lots of volume, lots of interest, lots of liquidity. What I am trying to say is these are the things you're going to want to really not rush into. You're going to want a really solid risk management plan, and you're going to 100% have to follow that plan. EVs was another one. Yeah, thank you. Same exact thing. EVs was another one. As soon as someone said they're doing anything with EVs, bang. So there's STIX really starting to get going here. Was the Brazilian stock? So yeah, this is that Brazilian stock, and it was at just under 300,000. Now we've traded another couple of 100,000 since we first started talking about it. The interest is continuing to rev up in here. Look at that volume coming in. So this is why, I didn't set a price alert on this, but hindsight being 2020, I might have wanted to set one here for that 230 area. Yeah, exactly, CC. Nothing wrong with scalping, but scalping still involves having a risk management plan to it. It's not just, oh, well, it's going up and I'll just take I'll take 5,000 shares and scalp out after 5 cents and make myself a, quick couple of dollars. That's not how it works still. It works like that, but where was the risk management plan in there? I am going to get in and quickly get out at this number up and quickly get out at that number down if I'm wrong. And this is why I chose those numbers. I don't just randomly pick them like a dartboard, or do that and blow your account up, like I did back in the day. There's always that too. It's very, very not fun feeling. So anyways, continuing up my list here. We talked ARQQ. So again, is this, going to find some support somewhere here? We can see it shot through my price alert. This is one that I would have traded had I had a little more attention on there. Or, well, I shouldn't say I would have. I mean, this is one that I would consider a little more seriously here compared to some of the other stuff. But, well, we'll see here. I'll throw a price alert. Let's move that price alert back up over that level, and we'll just keep an eye on it here. CTMX. Kind of floundering around here. This is, different look than a lot of stuff that we looked at. So we're talking a lot of AI stuff. This is pharmaceutical. This isn't exactly a small float. Plenty of liquidity. Volume isn't crazy, but the liquidity is still okay. Now that volume, when I'm saying volume, I'm referencing relative volume there. That number is going to be down because of this big moves that have happened in the past here. But, look at this here. Made this gap up and has really kind of held that area right here. And so this might be something maybe someone wants to look at longer term, that if it gets up over this level, could it make a run into here? Maybe you want to create a watch list and you want to throw that on there for that level. Whatever you determine as the actual level you want to see in here, $3, give or take. Is it 290? Is it 295? Is it 305? You got to determine that, if you even have an interest there. But definitely a different look than anything else we've seen here. Not doing the same fading that everything else has. It's had a nice run. It looks like it's run out of steam here for now. Let's see what happens here at this level here. Put a price alert back above it. Let's see here what goes on. again, continue to kind of move up. So FRO trying to get right back up to that 1530 level again here. And we'd see, so far it's really finding support on this 8 EMA, but it's going to have to resolve itself at some point. So is this 8 EMA going to be able to push it higher? Or is it going to fail at this pivot line again and then curl back under the 8 EMA? No way to predict it, but certainly worth noting and watching. OMER, this looks like a really tough trader here. Big gap up, just kind of grinding higher, but not grinding higher without leaving people squeamish and pushing people around. Big topping shadow up, price falls. Another candle up, topping shadow up, falls back down. Candle moves up, fades 3 candles now. Not a clean trader, not an easy trader. Not that any are easy. Spread's not bad on it. 2 cents. We'd like to see 1 cent at this price, but it's also not. It's not like it's a 10 cent or 7 cent or something like that for that lower price stock. But again, we look here. We've gapped up above this level here, and we've got room towards this level here. Or is the body of this candle here? What would you decide? Right? These are the things that I'm thinking. These are the things that I'm looking at. I'm more conservative, so this would be my first area of next resistance, besides obviously this right here. And this here is not that far off of that right there, this intraday resistance that's happened here. And again, this is what I'm looking at. This is how I'm looking at these things. Snapchat continues to grind higher on the day here. Very nice day so far for Snapchat. Up 9.5% from Friday's close. It's good for $1.05 per share. Nice grinder here so far on Snapchat. Not too shabby. We've talked plenty Very already. Just I'm going up a list of price alerts that I have here. And again, tough, up, down, up, flopping around here. And again, where are we looking to resistance here? Is it here? Is it here? Is it the intraday here at $11? Obviously, $11 has been a struggle. Couldn't get through here. Couldn't get through it here. Couldn't get through it here. But we set ourselves up with looking at these price moves and how we may or may not want to look into them further. MNMD. MindMed, right? Is that it? Yeah, MindMed. Come on, chart. You can do it. Sorry, my computer's just really struggling right now. I can't wait to get back my regular machine here. So MindMed, I think they did a reverse split a while ago here. That's why we're seeing some of these crazy prices like that. Well, look at that. Struggling right at this level, trying to get into that gap right there. But if it can get it can get through there, might be something to look at. 34 million in the float. The volume's okay here. Liquidity's not bad. 900,000 shares traded. It's okay. I've seen better. I've seen worse. Doing 3.25-ish, what it's normally doing here for volume. So there is that. And that's it. That's everything that I looked at early in the morning here before I got kind of bogged down with support and answering emails for the day. Yeah, that's my magic trick. I'm running out of steam here, everybody. Let's see, CDIO. So yeah, struggling around here, trying to fight at this level. We'll see what happens. CTSO. So here goes this thing. A little bit of a lift off. Not a lot of liquidity. Obviously, 5 on that relative volume is pretty significant. Well, we'll see what happens over here in the next little bit. Let's see, lifetime high of 1524. Where do we got to go to find that? I hit the Wayback Machine on this thing. I wonder if it had a renaming. Or if my chart's just getting stuck again. There we go. My chart was just getting stuck again. So we got to go all the way back to September of 2018 to see that. Oh, look, we can see that I had some interest in it here somewhere a long time ago. Now look at what's coming up above on this. Let's get rid of this line down here. Or not. Look at that. Isn't that interesting? Where we are right now and what's going on. So we can see on the 1 minute volume, we've got some interest really coming in here. On the 5 minute volume, same thing. And if we look at this, like steps moving up here. So it might be something worth setting a price alert for, right? Moving into the second half of today. I'll put that back on a daily chart. Let's just see what happens here. Look at any of the sectors here. Let's take a look at SMH and our semiconductors. So looking much like the averages here. Nice little run up, fading the last couple of days, today included. We'll see what happens there. We talk about relative strength a lot. So here's relative strength for you. I've been in and out of this since this 15 break. I'm back in it again. CRDO. It's a semiconductor technology, and we can see how strong it is here. Recently. Let's find a compare chart here. And so we've got this up against the SPY. So here's the SPY and here's CRDO. So we can see how strong that really is against that. And then let's add the SMH here. Let's throw the SMH. See if I can't get that to load here. So look at this here, CRDO. All right, this is CRDO, the blue line. Pink line is a SPY. Yellow or gold line, whatever you want to go with, is the SMH, the semiconductors. So we can see that this thing is really outperforming those by quite a bit here. When you're looking at our compare charts, don't just compare it if the line is above or below a line. Compare the movements of the lines, right? And how one is moving than the other. We get a move up in both these, but look at the move up in this compared to that. We get a move up in both of these, but look at the move up compared to that again, so that's how to use the compare charts there. Let's push that back down underneath again. Jay, how do I get the compare chart? You make sure you are on the downloadable app, number one. Number two, when you have a chart open, go to here, let me open a new chart. File. Sorry, no, new chart. Where the heck is the chart? There we go. All right, so we've got this chart here. Here's a new chart, right? Right click, go to chart style, and on style, go to line chart. All right, and then go to comparisons, and you can start sticking symbols into compare. You throw the QQQ and press OK. And now you're going to see the QQQ as one line. Let me get rid of my indicators because I don't care for the indicators on this. No, I don't care for it, but I feel like it's interrupting what I'm trying to show you here. right, so there. Now you're looking at this, and you can also change the thickness of the line if we come back to chart style, line width. Sorry, line width. There we go. So you can see the, get the line thicker there. So hopefully that got you answered there. You got it, my friend. Let me get rid of that. USO's getting a pop. I don't think there's anything being reported today for energy. Usually most of the energy reporting is done on Wednesdays and Thursdays with inventories and rig counts. So I don't know what would have the energy market moving right now if it's just life in general. But yeah, well off the bottoms here. And so we'll see what that means. There's Petrobras from Brazil. Can't believe the NYSE never removed these. Whatever. What else? So STIX kind of just hanging around here. But look, when we first looked at this stock, it was just under 300,000 shares. Now it's up over 800,000 shares, right? This starts to get more interesting to me. Throw a price alert here and see what happens in the rest of the day. If it can get above this level, can it creep up into this, around $3 there? I don't know. Maybe. It's not a big float. It's got that AI nonsense going on. Maybe this is where people trading that stock end up rotating to. I have no idea. You have no idea. But if we don't keep it on our radar, we won't know if it makes the move. Just because it makes the move doesn't mean we trade it, Still pretty extended off this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, a little closer on the 5-minute chart. Kind of just grinding and moving right up that there. But we can see here on this 5 minute, that's something I want to point out. Look at the difference in this 15-minute chart and 5-minute chart. On the 15-minute chart, looks like if we got going, there's our high of the day that we can make a move up on. But on the 5-minute chart, we can see these topping shadows are moving down the last several 5-minute bars now, right? There's the top. This is slightly below and slightly below and slightly below that now. So 1, 2, 3 5-minute bars in a row where it's really kind of painting itself into a corner here. What is it going to resolve? Is it going to resolve this way? Is it going to resolve this way? Is it just going to dot along a line for a little bit before it decides to even resolve? Because just because we get there doesn't mean it has to resolve at that moment, right? These are the things that I'm looking at. These are the things that I'm asking myself, that I'm watching, so on and so forth. So there it goes. Look at that. Bang. Just exploded right through that level, Now, that never gave us a chance to jump on that, right? Absolutely never gave us a shot at that. Bring over the time and sales again here. Time and sales open back up again. That spread opens back up again. It was closed down for a minute. So there's another big topping shadow. Now it just blasted through that, rejected off 250 again. Is 250 the number? I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. Look at that 10-cent spread that opened up there and pulled right back down. So again, that's why patience is a virtue that is very well rewarded. I saw this morning, I didn't look myself, but there's someone I follow on Twitter who is like all over bonds, like all over it is their bread and butter, and said that the 10 and the 2 were inverted, I think 71 basis points right now and widening. So, for those that are really into the yield curve here and what that means, might be something you want to pay attention to. Let me throw my earphones back in for when the boss comes back. There we go. What else, folks? What else? See, look at that big topping shadow. And I say big, on a relative basis, moved from around 230 up to 250. It's a big move percentage-wise, right? But it jumped up there and never gave us a realistic chance to have ever taken the trade unless you had a stop limit to get you in there, because you were a believer above a certain level that's in this shadow to have been in. Doesn't mean you were getting filled either. I'll move that back down and just kind of keep a tight leash on watching it here. So, you said that moving casually. I kind of follow it through a couple of other people that are very, very, very big into watching bonds. Let's call it casually follow it. I'm not, I'm more of a price action kind of guy on stocks in general. It's not to say that, I ignore the bond market. Certainly if I've got trades that have on my longer term stuff, if they're working real nice and all of a sudden the bond market's quote unquote flashing some kind of warning signs, I might pull a little bit off of that. So there it is again, setting off another price alert for us here. So yeah, I'm just going to kind of continue to watch it. Not really sure. And again, this is the other thing now. Had this march up in volume there. We're here on volume now. 5-minute chart tells a better story, I feel like. The interest came in, the interest went out. Price action still sitting up. So, well, we'll see. What else is out there for us to look at and talk about? Oh, there's CTSO again. And so we can see CTSO just can't get back above. Can't do it on this line that we put right to the top of today's body right now. Yeah, the thing is, I think the average person just truly does not understand bonds at all. Not that stocks are easier to understand, but I think because stocks get a lot more media attention, and stocks are really mostly about the price of the stock, where bonds, you've got the coupon and par to value and things of that nature that people just don't really. Not only do they not understand, just figure that 95% of people or 55% of people, large percentage of people, I'd again be comfortable saying it's anywhere over 50%, do not, as soon as they go to look and understand at bonds and what it means, is they just draw a blank and like, nope, that's too much work to understand. I was, forced to look at some of that stuff.
And I'm in that camp.
Yeah, see, and then Barry's in that camp. So I was forced to look at it from a CMT point of view.
Mm-hmm. I know nothing about the bond market. I mean,
I know
I can read about it. Of course, but
yeah,
it just doesn't. it makes, well, with intraday trading, it makes no bearing on what the bond market
No,
is
I don't
doing.
think it makes any bearing on intraday trading whatsoever either. But I know slightly above nothing, and I mean slightly.
The
I
only good
know,
thing for me is the US dollar being strong, because guess
right?
who gets paid in US dollars? So when I, so when I'm doing my conversion to Canadian, it looks a lot better.
I bet.
Definitely,
Well, I
definitely.
see. You and Michael always mentioning about default pay
Pay
raise
raise.
through that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can remember, this is going a few years back, when the dollar was, our dollar was like 61 cents for your
Hmm.
dollar. Right now it's about 74.
Okay.
Typically, yeah, it could be 80. Well, there was a time briefly that it was actually worth more, like $1.04, $1.03.
Hmm.
That's going back 2015 or so. But right now, sitting at around 73, 74, 75. That's good for me.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's not bad for our manufacturers and all. We don't want a strong dollar. It just makes because we are an exporting nation, and so consequently, a stronger dollar for us is not the best thing. So
Right.
there's always a sweet spot, but I'm certainly not a macro guy. So
Yeah, I am absolutely not a macro guy myself. I like to say we're technicians who live in a fundamental environment.
right. Hey, 1 o'clock.
Wow, already
Already. Okay.
that was
I'll take
actually
over,
kind of
Chris, if you
fast.
want.
You got it. And I see Walt. I don't know if you wanted to elaborate for Walt. And he asked about the weekly webinars, and
I didn't see that. So the answer, well, I think you could probably answer the same. No, we're not doing the weekly webinars anymore. I think what we're going to do down the road is maybe have one webinar a week, and maybe have some kind of a guest speaker, something to that effect. But
mhm.
there's nothing.
Yeah,
There's no calendar yet for something like that.
I think that's what they said the other day. So,
Mhm.
all right, Barry, I will excuse myself if you don't mind.
No
You
problem.
got the screen up, and I'll go back to the dungeon of emails and
The
chats.
done.
All right, thanks, Barry. I'll talk to you later. Take care.
All right, guys, I'm now back. There is an AI ETF. One day I'm going to write it down. I think this is it. Yeah, I remembered it. AIEQ. AIEQ is well, it's one of them anyway. I don't know if it's the only one, but this is one that I discovered. It doesn't trade very much though, 57,000. So yeah, I mean, if you were looking to short this, how many shares? Funny, there's not very many shares at Interactive Brokers, 9,000. CC, no, I have a US dollar account at Interactive Brokers. So I do all my trading in my US dollar account. So I'm not going through the gyrations of every day converting. So no. You know what, JP, you're right. This is Watson at work, right? This is Watson at work. But you know what? People may not know that. They're just going to look at this, hey, AI powered equity ETF. It just doesn't trade very much. Okay, meanwhile, what is I haven't really looked at the overall market for a while. I can see right now kind of flattened out since 12 o'clock. And so the SPY's down a little, Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little. Nothing really outlandish today. Well, if I do pull, my accountant looks after all that, so. GDIO, guys, is maybe a little bit interesting. It's kind of, not kind of, but it's certainly basing here for a bit. The issue, of course, is that the VWAP is above it, 263, so, but it might have a bit of a lift into the VWAP. Yeah, so Adar, you asked about should I buy this or should I buy that? Yeah, so as William said, we're not I'm certainly not an investment advisor. And William's answer was really good. I mean, you can listen to people that might have an opinion in this room even, but ultimately the decision has to be yours. If I look at Google, just as an example, I know you said, should I buy Google? Well, let's just take a look at it from an intraday point of view. Yeah, so I mean, the thing I can say about Google is that at least it's basing a little bit. There's your VWAP, 103.28. I don't know, maybe if it gets above the VWAP. But I mean, 5.29 billion in the float. How are you going to trade this one unless you do options or something? Because I don't think it's just not going to move enough, in my opinion. So I don't trade things like Google or Microsoft, Facebook or Meta. I don't trade them just because of the float and how much are they going to move? GRCL, guys. So GRCL on Friday had a decent day, but then it sold right off. It got as high as 254, which is at right now. Look left. What's the next high? 257. To me, there's just too much between 250 and 3 for me to be terribly interested in. Yeah, CC, that's what I do. I do everything in my US dollar account. And at the end of the day or end of the year, my accountant figures out what that means. Keep an eye on, I mean, it's super risky. How many shares right now for LICN? Pretty, yeah, a lot of shares, 4 million. They released 6.4 or so, so it's going to trade that. I actually got a little interested when this happened. I thought, okay. Actually, it was here. Sorry, it was here. Excuse me. At 12:30 when I was on my break, and I saw, okay, looking like it wants to maybe take out 4. Not quite, but getting a little bit of interest, a little bit of interest. Higher lows on the 15-minute chart. We've even got a VWAP now at 382. Yeah, let's put an alert at 390, see if it takes it out, LICN. Guys, the PSNL is starting to lift a little bit here. This is one, again, it's at the high of Friday, 430, almost at the high of Friday. 430 is the high of Friday. And again, looking left, 545 is the next highs on the weekly chart. So let's just stick an alert. It did get up, I think, to Friday's high, 430, 425. So let's just stick an alert right around 428 and see if it takes it out. Maybe has a bit of a run in it. Not a low float, 36 million in the float. 6 times normal volume though. Whoa, look at RBK, ARBK. A move here. This is a crypto play. Is crypto moving all of a sudden, or is it just this guy? And that got halted, by the way. AR no, so crypto is not moving. So something must be, excuse me, specific to ARBK. Interesting, isn't it? I mean, it had a big run, and then the last 3 weeks just kind of stalled. Now, out of nowhere today, look at the volume. I mean, look at this volume. Remember, that weekly volume bar is just today. So today's volume for ARBK has eclipsed last week's total volume. So something's something's happening. Well, this one is still super weak, guys. HBI is super weak. It is not halted. Yeah, it was just a from the previous chart. But HBI super weak had earnings on Thursday. Kind of tried to pop a little bit on Friday, but now continuing down. And the lows are just might not be enough. But this is almost a lifetime low now for Haynes HBI. PSNL. Well, here's another one that showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Usually I don't see these relatively expensive ones, but NSSC had the alert at 3406 and it got up to what, 35? Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond continues its little march here, guys. Memers have got a hold of it for sure. All right, guys, PSNL now at Friday's high. PSNL at Friday's high. Wow, look at this. Wow, look at the volume coming into Bed Bath and Beyond. Look at the volume, biggest bar of the day. Just doesn't matter, even through impending bankruptcy and all the negativity. And I should say it like this: the impending, perhaps, bankruptcy for BBBY. Boy, this is just shooting here, guys. Next high looking left is 477 for BBBY. 477. Okay, so first of all, no, Teal, if you're asking me, you'd have to check with your account. Okay, I'm not an accountant. I'm not a financial advisor. All I can do is tell you what I do. And I have a US dollar account in my Interactive Brokers account, and that's how I trade. So I trade everything. So I'm not going through a conversion process every day. Okay. But that's not a recommendation to do what I do. If you have an accountant or some other person you want to consult, we start getting into tax and stuff like that. Certainly I wouldn't listen to any, even though a lot of it seems like really good advice, you've got to do the homework on your own. After all, it is your money. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:18. So at 2 o'clock, I do have this little development meeting, and I'm certainly going to be asking them about charts, and some other things. RSLS, guys. RSLS, RSLS. So they did a financing. This is quite below the financing price, I believe. Had a big day on Friday, up to $22, and they weren't able to do the financing anywhere close to that. I think they did the financing at was it 8? $8, yeah, $8. So it's a little, so it's below the financing price. All right, guys. Well, the market is just kind of sitting in don't go anywhere mode. We've got a couple of topping tails, some bottoming tails. Maybe the market's trying to lift just a little bit, just a little bit. AXLA, take a look at AXLA. I'm sure it's had a little pop. Yep, and then the drop. Okay. So that's what William is talking about. So there's the VWAP 244. So yeah, if you're going to take this right here, he's suggesting using the VWAP as your stop, 244. So that'd be what, 14-cent stop. So if you take this and you have a 14-cent stop, you have to be able to realistically, in my opinion, make 28 cents to one for two. So let's just do some quick math. So in doing some quick math, you can see that could this get to 285? You know, if you had bought at 257 and use that as your stop, so a 14-cent stop, realistically, could you make a one for two? In other words, risking 14 cents to make 28 cents. And realistically, I guess the answer would be yes, because 285, I mean, it did get up to 317. Again, this is not, I'm not telling you to take the trade, but that, in my opinion anyway, should be your thought process going into any trade. Can I make at least, if I'm going to risk, you know, $1 on this trade, can I make two? And how to determine if you can make two? Well, start checking left, seeing if there's room until it hits, you know, where that $2 profit would be. If there's nothing in its way, obviously check the 200-day moving average. Also check the VWAP, see where those important levels are. And if it's clear sailing for say $3, then you can say to yourself, okay, I can take the trade. Now, just because it's clear sailing to a certain level doesn't mean it's getting there. but at least you're putting yourself in a position with a trade that has the chances of doing something like that. Yuck, look at this one. This one actually went negative. QUBT actually went negative now. It was up at 348 down to 222. Actually went negative. Shoot, and this was a lot of shorts were available. I just missed the boat on this one. And look what happened when it broke the VWAP, held underneath, and then the slide from 291 down to 222. That's a big percentage move. Now, you may have thought maybe the 200-day moving average may have stopped it, but nope, 233. It hasn't so far anyway. And that one was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, well, you've always got to be, yeah, that's why we have a disclaimer on our website and everything we do. There is a disclaimer. Look what happened with the PSNL. It got to that level and it just couldn't break it. Excuse me. It basically still got stalled at Friday's high. CDIO again. Well, let's take a look at CDIO. Not yet. I mean, it's doing nothing. You know, it's just look on a 15-minute chart. It's just basing. You know, there's no movement right now. So, and you know, look at the volume. The volume is completely dried up. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:27. I'll do my video now. '27. Well, 128 shouldn't be 138, but just in case, again, I have some technical issues. Okay, I'll mute myself in all three rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, until this market, I mean, even though most of these little guys don't care that much about what the market's doing to a certain extent, but right now the market is just in a holding pattern. Keep an eye on the LICN. It's just sneaking its way up here, guys. Just sneaking its way up a little bit. This again, a $4 IPO, so it's just a little bit. So in other words, the enthusiasm certainly on the first day is not anything great, but we'll see. Some of these China ones we've seen in the past how they can go absolutely crazy. So that's the only reason I have any focus on this at all, just because it's a China IPO. Aha, I didn't even know this. This is an earnings play also. NSSC. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Don't see it now because I had to do a reboot, but I think it was around $34. And it's actually an earnings play. And look at this, a lifetime high now for NSSC. What the heck are you doing, CC? You're getting all these messages retracted. Why not? Well, I don't. I'm just saying. Well, you can see all your messages have been retracted. I don't know why. I haven't even seen them. So I'm not doing it. You must be doing or saying something that the chat doesn't like. Not anymore. Am I long loose? Not anymore. That was very early today. I was long loosey and got out. Commented on the fact that I thought it might be tough to break that 3 mark, and it broke it briefly, but then after that, nope. Now here it is now. Now, okay, here I'm looking at the LICN, but Lucy is at the, did it win a race since I rebooted? No. So there it is at the VWAP. 264 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit underneath that VWAP. So maybe if it clears the VWAP, maybe, but it did that before too. Previous 15-minute candle got above the VWAP and pulled right back down. Maybe the second time lucky. I did see BGRY, supposed to be an AI play. Here we go, Berkshire Grey. Yeah. Oh, let me get rid of my announcement. Traders circulate tweet pure AI play with over 300 patents in robotics. Strategic partnership with Walmart and FedEx. Beat on revenue. And it's $1.55. This must be the steal of the century. There is a 200-day moving average above it, BGRY. But understand, when it says traders circulate, it means nothing in the real world. It could be real, but remember, a lot of agendas out there. Wow, yeah, Alcoa. So that was on the, I'm sure CENX did the same thing. That was on the report that the US was, your government was going to institute a $200, a 200% tariff on aluminum. So these stocks popped, but look at CENX. I mean, it actually went negative now. And that was the news. Well, here it goes again, guys. Bed Bath and Beyond, Triple BY, another little surge here. Again, the next high is 477. That is for BBBY. This place, Children's Place, PLCE, it's got some room. I mean, it got hammered down this morning on, I guess, poor guidance. They're not going to be releasing earnings until the 8th. So they're guiding poorly, sort of preparing the market, but it's had a nice rally. I mean, it got down to the 200-day moving average and popped off that. The next high looking left is 47.26. So, I mean, if it If it pops off here, this is pretty decent consolidation on the 15-minute chart for PLCE. So if it gets some volume and starts to move, well, you've still got some room. All right, Rosanna, hola. Unfortunately, there are not too many Spanish speaking. This is in English, so I sort of understand what you said there, but we have to keep everything in English. They've taken the ability to BBBY away again in interactive brokers. Not the big red dot, but just it's going to be tough to locate. What a run. I mean, what a run. 350 to 430, just like not quite like that in an hour. Great percentage move. Let's see what happens. I mean, maybe it gets close to 477. Maybe that's it for a while. All right, let's see how Getty is doing. Another short squeeze. Why is that a short squeeze candidate? 0.25% in the float. I don't understand that. Hmm. Well, my goodness, this is getting closer and closer to that 470 mark, BBBY. $477. Well, I'll put an alert there. Why not? But if you missed this one, I guess the idea may be to watch to see if it can pull back, but that would have to pull back a long way to get to the VWAP 377. Well, then my advice is don't buy the software, CC. I love the software, so look at this, guys, coming right into that 477. And the volume is just picking up. Yeah, the biggest volume bar right there. What time is it? 150. This current 15-minute volume bar probably will be the biggest of the day. So another 10 minutes. Okay, CC, you've made your point. I completely disagree about the software, nothing there, but that's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. Um, my advice then is that you probably should just leave if you don't like the software. Nothing I can do about that. Um, take a look at. Look what BBBY did, guys. It got right into that 477, I think. Maybe that'll stall it, but like William pointed out, no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers, not today anyway. Well, how do you want me to comment, CC? If you don't like our software, that's fine. I love the software, and we've got plenty of subscribers that obviously like the software. But if you don't like it, that's fine. Nothing I can. I'm not going to try to change your mind. I don't know why you don't like it, but that's fine. That is my comment. This Seco, guys, I mean, listen, this could, if it takes out that VWAP 395, it takes it out later on. Traders get interested again. Obviously, the volume has to pick up. The volume is just, dwindled. I mean, it's still good volume. That's 301,000 shares, but it's just in relation, of course, to what happened at the beginning of the day. 75 million have traded, 300,000 in the float. That could be a record. This could be the new record. 250, 200, the float turnover is 250. That could be the new record. Yeah, you can stay in the room. I don't. You can CC. You can stay in the room. You can listen. You can. do what you want. I'm not, the room is free, so you can stay. I'm just saying, if you don't like the software though, that is certainly your opinion, of which you are entitled. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, CC? Try to convince you to like our software? Well, I don't know if you're a subscriber. If you've been a subscriber, you can take out a monthly subscription just to see, test it out. The room is free. Of course, we use this as a marketing tool. Of course, we do. Find another free room out there in which a moderator is showing a screen and is live on the mic, and where you've got a lot of other active traders. I mean, if you can find another free one out there, I hardly recommend that you would go there. Anyway, enough about that. Yeah, the CDIO, I mean, yeah, it's just resting here. All right, guys, it's getting close to, I'll be in a development meeting, the monthly development one. So what I'm going to do is just put myself on mute now. This is not a bad one for me to attend. It happens once a month, and they kind of go over some of the things that are upcoming on the development side. So always interesting for me to hear what they're talking about. All right, UCC, you've had your say, and I guess we'll just have fun. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. This SEER is interesting, SEER as a potential short. I mean, you were chasing it now, but it's got some room down to 443. And the EXPR didn't move at all. This was one of those meme stocks way back. Nah, it didn't really move. And the pop and then the drop. So BBAI, guys, is challenging the VWAP. Yes, it is. $6. You can see it went right into the VWAP. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you can see that purple line, mauve line, right into it. So maybe a red bar ignored forming for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY, maybe. Let me take a closer look on the 15-minute chart. I'm sorry, I just got distracted there. So this is not, it's almost a red bar ignored for the 15-minute chart for BBY. I say almost because the low of that candle, the candle I'm looking at, is 441. And that red candle, the low is 438. So technically it is not, but very, very close. For it to be an official red bar ignored pattern, that red bar has to be totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. So it's not quite, but very, very close. If this candle right here, which is almost set to close, it doesn't look like it's going to get above the high. So this is not really, but it's very close to a red bar ignored pattern. You have an uptrend, you have a pause in that uptrend with that red candle, and then the trend continues. But it's not quite. How do you set a cloud link? Okay, let's say I wanted to send a cloud link. Let me go. Okay, so here I want to send a cloud link, my watch list. So I right click. Okay, share or first of all, can you hear me and see me? What I'm doing? And then save and share. What Pepe is right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. Well, that should be it. And then say okay, and that's it. And then paste it in. Won't let me paste to email. You've got Hotmail? If you're doing all that, then I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have an answer for you. What else is there? There's no other way to send a cloud link. I mean, what I just did, and then you just paste it. Well, I guess anything is possible, a remote session, but it's really strange that, so when you go to, just use our email address, support at, what happens when you do this? Support at trade-ideas.com. So when you try to do that, when you use that email address, you can try support, okay? But it should be about the same, but you can try support, but I'm not sure. I have no idea why Hotmail is not working for you in sending an email to us. I didn't know Hotmail was still around, to be honest. Okay, so Sarah is saying she gets communications to Hotmail just fine. Well, I do remember when Hotmail came out, and I believe, I may be wrong, I believe, certainly I think it was the first of its kind that was sort of mass accepted, a web-based email. I don't know how many years ago that is, but all right, so Big Bear, BBAI, just struggling to get through this 200, the VWAP. You can see, I mean, look at what it's done a couple of times. Not shortable for me, otherwise, you know, you might want to look at a short of this because it just doesn't want to get through the VWAP yet. The VWAP is 6 for BBBI, and you can just see two 15-minute candles went right into it. My thoughts on AI? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's over. I mean, they still have that $30 price target, but what did it get up to? Got up to 30.92. I mean, eventually these things may just kind of run out of steam for a while. I mean, remember where it's come from. It was about a triple in, I don't know, a month. All the hype about AI, et cetera. But, you know, you're looking at two daily charts now, or two daily candles right now with topping tails. So the luster may be off for a while. You know, it is underneath the VWAP and it's starting to, excuse me, somebody said their CEO is going to be on at 3 o'clock. So if that's the case, I'd probably wait to see what he said or she said. I don't know gender, but seriously, I would probably wait. I don't see anything in advance. If this is widely known that he's going to be on at 3 o'clock. There's no advance run in the stock. All right, guys, BBAI looks like that VWAP is going to stall it. All right, guys, it's 2:54, so this is typically where I put myself on mute anyway, and I'll be around till 3:20. One last look at my homepage and the information you can get from my homepage. Okay, BB is going to be AI also. Why not? Okay, guys, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a way in which you can take out a subscription, of course. You can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Get Started. Take you about 30 minutes or 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading, a great free resource, Trading 101, okay? Bunch of videos you can take a look at. It gets is really, really basic at the very beginning, like what is a stock, okay? I do a stock of the day video that you can take a look at. That is free, of course. Trade of the week, I just took a look at this. It is Zyme, ZYME. The trigger was 960, so it is above the trigger point right now. And that is free. It is sent before the market opens, about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. All the education, big education section is right here. And then my scans. Here are my scans that I share. This is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market actives up and down. The two races that you see. This 10-day daily breakout, which has been on fire for the last 4 or 5 days, really. So if you do want to take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link, my promo code. The free room gets credit. I get some credit, but also if you save my link, you can take a look at my scans anytime and the education. Wow, BBBY now over 5, guys. Oh man, over 5. So that wasn't quite a red bar ignored, but very close. Very, very, very close. And now the next high looking left is 523. And if you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 587 on the weekly chart. As I say, the memers have got a hold of this one in a crazy fashion now. My, guys. Okay, I mean, there's your next high looking left, 587 on the daily. Sorry, it took a 523 like nothing, and then there's 587 on the daily, and that is the same as on the weekly. That is 3 weeks ago, I believe. That's the 3 week ago high for BBBY. That'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I mean, good volume. Look at the daily volume. It has eclipsed. Let's see, that's back here. This is on the 17th of November. Okay, guys, so it is now 3:01, so I will put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question. Yeah, that's a meme stock in our YouTube room. Yeah, it's one of the original ones, along with GameStop, GME, and AMC. And I think those are the three big meme stocks. Doesn't matter what we think about a brick and mortar business going out of business. The memers have got to get a hold of it. It doesn't really matter at this point, like all of them. Now, for how long are they going to maintain this? I don't know. But again, we are never ever talking about fundamentals when we're talking about the meme stocks. Okay, never. Stan, not as much. A lot of the things are here, okay, because I'm noticing that a lot of the things that are on my watch list will show up in the Spigot scanners from the open. So I just kind of concentrate on that. I have it as a top list window that I take a look at to see if there's anything interesting happening, but I don't follow it quite like I used to. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on this LICN. I mean, if it takes out the high, you never know what could happen. Again, a small China IPO, and that high of the day was what, 426 or so. So it's had a nice little run up to the 4 level. Do tell, Candace, what was the problem? All ears. Okay, well, that seems kind of crazy, but as long as you found a solution to it, now they can take a look at your link. Snap is not a meme stock, no. I mean, it might have a high float percent. Let me just check the float percent. Yeah, I don't even think that's a high short float percent. I mean, it's 5.8. That's not crazy low or crazy high, but crazy low, I should say. So no, in my opinion, it's not. I think, we have to, I mean, I think that there's still just, as Shady pointed out last week, you could probably just say GME, AMC, and BBBY are the three meme stocks. Now there's a whole bunch of other stocks now, and whether we call them, I mean, it's just semantics perhaps, but whether we call them meme stocks or not, the high short interest ones that they're getting a hold of also. Okay, so call it a sub meme, but that to me is not Snap. Yeah, I've got a couple of sources that AI is, or CEO from AI is now speaking on CNBC. So whatever he's saying right now, it's not juicing the stock at all. All right, guys, I think that's it. Now I'll hang around. If there are any questions, I'll certainly hang around. I'm just going to scan, looking if there are any questions. Really, you couldn't do a Michael Y. Okay, thank you for that. In our in it's not tanking it in our Discord room. Well, I've never had a problem with a cloud link ever. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll shut the room down now. Yeah, it may run after hours. I'll be watching it. I'll be watching it. I'll for the Bed Bath and Beyond. I will watch it, see what craziness happens. All right, everybody. Thanks for all the help. Another interesting day. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.